The second homeowner chose Orchard and got more. Their local Orchard agent didn't just list a home, they marketed it. They knew exactly which upgrades would attract serious buyers and brought in a pro to handle everything. And even more, with Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program, the homeowner moved into their new home before their old one even hit the market. They skipped all the hassles and showings. Never settle for less. Get more with Orchard, the smarter, faster, hassle-free way to buy your new home, even before your old home sells. Start with Orchard's free home valuation at Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s. And less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635 and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Christopher Cruz. President Trump and Russian leader Vladimir Putin have been talking for about 2.5 hours now at a military base in Alaska. Trump wants Putin to stop his attacks on Ukraine. Before they began, reporters had a lot of questions for them.
Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Let's go. Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
The two men are now in a 3-on-3 meeting with Trump, accompanied by Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Special Envoy Steve Witkoff. Trump got something he wanted, a one-on-one meeting with Putin, as the two men rode to the summit site in Trump's limo. And CBS's Margaret Brennan says Putin scored points just by showing up.
He has already gotten something. He has delayed those sanctions. He has gotten that reemergence onto the global stage, despite breaking virtually every international law on the books, every international law written after World War II, when the globe decided that might was no longer going to make right and that you couldn't invade a country and seize territory by force, or at least not do so without international sanction.
CBS's Deborah Patta says there is unhappiness in some quarters with Trump for even meeting with Putin.
One very prominent Ukrainian said to us today that this was unthinkable, that an American president could meet, in their words, with a man accused of war crimes.
The Justice Department is revisiting the Attorney General's decision that put the head of the Drug Enforcement Administration in control of the D.C. Police Department.
Hours after Attorney General Pam Bondi named Terry Cole as the emergency police chief, Cole was instead named as designee or intermediary between the White House and the Metropolitan Police. The legality of installing Cole had been challenged by the D.C. Attorney General and led to more pushback over President Trump's larger effort to federalize the district by deploying National Guard troops. The arrangement will be in place for 30 days. After that, the president is expected to seek an extension from the Republican-controlled Congress. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, Washington.
And the Republican-controlled Texas House of Representatives ended 2 special legislative sessions today without approving new congressional maps. That's because Democrats denied the House a quorum by leaving the state. A frustrated Governor Greg Abbott isn't giving up.
We hold a lot more bullets in our belt that will be ready to use if we need to.
And some Democrats are said to be planning to return to the state. For the first time in the more than 300-year history of New Orleans, a sitting mayor has been indicted. The charges against LaToya Cantrell include funding an affair at the public's expense and lying to the FBI and the grand jury. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Coming up, a jewelry shop owner still reeling from a brazen heist. But first, we go to Jillian Raftery at the real-time traffic desk.
Well, Aaron, I can't say it's Friday light, but it's not Friday chaos either. Let's start in downtown Seattle, where we've had some heavy traffic building on I-5 northbound and I-5 southbound. The slowing starts at Boeing Field in the northbound direction. And, of course, you have that spillover slowing on the West Seattle Bridge, 509, 99. It's not total gridlock yet. Let's cross our fingers for that. Federal Way to Seattle is 51 minutes. And the Linwood to Seattle Drive getting down into downtown is 52 minutes. So about average for our rush hour commute. Seattle to Everett is ticking up as we speak. An hour and 13 minutes at this point. There's nothing blocking in either of those areas, but something to keep in mind as volumes continue to build. In South Center, I'm just seeing that 405 southbound, the off-ramp to I-5 northbound. There's an incident that was cleared there. There were 2 incidents, actually, that were making that drive a real big problem. But it is still very thick on southbound 405 getting into South Center. And then also all the way up from the I-5 merge into the Renton S curves. You get a little bit of relief getting into Bellevue, but then 405 southbound in Bellevue is seeing some delays at this point. Bellevue to Renton is 36 minutes. Bothell to Bellevue, 28 minutes in the southbound direction. And let's check on that South Sound drive. Tacoma to Olympia has been pretty heavy this afternoon. That is an hour and 9 minutes, and the bulk of that is around JBLM and getting into Olympia. This report brought to you by D.R. Horton.
KIRO FM and HD1 Tacoma, Seattle. KIRO Newsradio 97.3 FM. Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and mynorthwest.com.
Good afternoon. I'm Aaron Granello. Police say it happened in the middle of the day. A $2 million smash and grab robbery at one of West Seattle's oldest businesses. KIRO News Radio's James Lynch reports.
Menashe & Son Jewelry Store has been a staple in the West Seattle Junction for more than 5 decades. It happened around noon Thursday. 4 masked robbers used a sledgehammer to get through the locked front door, threatened employees with bear spray and a taser, and targeted Rolex watches and other valuable jewelry. Owner Josh Menashe.
I don't want this to happen to anybody else. The violation you feel from a robbery, the shock resistant, you want to run, you want to hide, you feel very violated.
Fortunately, no one in the store was hurt. In West Seattle, James Lynch, KIRO News Radio.
An 18-year-old woman is accused of nearly slamming her car head-on into a Kitsap County sheriff's sergeant. She told deputies another driver assaulted her because they were upset about her erratic driving. Well, they still arrested her Wednesday night for suspicion of DUI and attempting to elude. Seattle is set to honor basketball icon Sue Bird with a statue outside Climate Pledge Arena. Don Trudeau co-owns the Storm and tells G and Ursula.
My favorite memory of Sue is just when she stands up for people, that don't necessarily have representation. And she is very, very brave in doing that and very consistent in doing that. So it's not one thing, it's who she is.
Her statue is being unveiled this Sunday. Tonight, Seahawks fans will see some of their starters play in the team's second preseason matchup. Head coach Mike McDonald.
Might be a couple guys that will vary based on whether they get out there or not. We'll still kind of working through it right now, but our guys are going to start the game out. We'll see how long it goes.
Hawks are hosting the Kansas City Chiefs. Kickoff at 7. Pre-game coverage starts at 5 right here on KIRO News Radio. If you're going to the game, bring a raincoat. Your weather update brought to you by State Roofing And exteriors, atmospheric river dumping the most rain we've seen in about 4 months. Right now seeing soggy conditions and highs in the upper 60s and low 70s. Currently 70 in downtown Seattle. I'm Aaron Granillo, KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with the KIRO News Radio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News. This is the John Curley Show on KIRO News Radio.
It is the John Curley Show. It is -1 John Curley. But it's me, Mike Lewis here, Mandy Bossert here, who I worked with for the first time last week before last.
Week before, and now we're officially a dream team.
And now we're officially here. 2 people to replace 1 John Curley. Joe, how are you doing?
I'm doing well, thank you.
How is it for you? Do you get nervous when you have replacements in here? Is it sort of like, I don't know,
Are
maybe
you like, oh, they're getting
like
bad?
this a second? I've got to play the second string now.
No, it is honestly often a big relief. It kind of depends. John was in a terrible mood yesterday, and the news.
What was he in a bad mood about?
You know what? I don't know. Well, actually, I do know. The show ended last night with John realizing or hearing the news that somebody had shot out a window at his barn. So that didn't help. Literally, somebody shot through a window at his barn. Still a mystery, unsolved. No idea what that's about. But it might be a neighbor dispute. There's been something going on there.
Do you mean John actually has a dispute with his neighbor significant enough that somebody would shoot out one of his windows?
That, honestly, I hope that's it. I hope it's that and not somebody just like hates John and happens to know where he lives, because he's not very private about advertising where he lives. So that's hopefully it's just the neighbor and they have an idea of why. Otherwise, it's kind of frightening.
Man.
Anyway.
Well, all right. Well, Mandy, welcome back. Nice to have you in, and nice to be here as well. We've got, just to let you folks know, a shorter show tonight than usual. We are closing up shop at 5 o'clock because that's when the Seahawks. That's the fact of the matter is that we are so much less important than football. Yeah. We're not only less important than football, we're less important than preseason football.
We're less important than the pregame for the
pregame of the preseason football.
Yes.
It's nice to just get a status check every now and then and to know exactly where you stand in the grander KIRO hierarchy, which means we don't stand very high at all. But let's talk a little bit about the big news. The big news going on today, which will tell you a lot about the way the show is going for me right now, is something we can't talk to you a whole lot about because we don't have a lot of detail, but it is of course, the Russia-United States, the Vladimir Putin, Donald Trump meetup in Alaska, which has started off in pretty much flatter session formula, which is standard for both sides. They throw a bunch of flattery at each other, and then we see actually what's going to happen here. And what's going to happen here is one thing public, which is the war in Ukraine. The other thing public but less talked about, it's the worry on Vladimir Putin's side about increasing sanctions from the United States. I don't know how much worry there is in the Trump administration about the idea that the Russians are behind a hack into the federal court system, or at least that's what investigators are saying. But we will see where this goes. I mean, sometimes Putin does this thing where he does a lot of flattery, makes a lot of promises, and then doesn't end up delivering on those promises. Weirdly enough, it's a technique that we often use now, apparently, in our own administration. And so I guess we're going to see. I mean, because we don't have any details yet, because really they haven't said anything yet, except that they are meeting right now.
We may get, by the way, if they begin a press conference after this
we
meeting,
will jump in and tell you all about it.
I think
Mandy,
we're just shaking hands and seeing who's tougher.
When you see this, I mean, what would for you be sort of, I think for you, I'm guessing the outcome that we all want is maybe an end of the conflict, or what do you actually anticipate that any of that is going to happen here?
No. I anticipate another press conference from the roof.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think that's what everyone
I would
does.
love to see this end up resolving anything. That's not what I anticipate. I think it's just a battle of egos.
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, I hope that maybe everyone, at least from a spend standpoint and an attention standpoint, and maybe from an international trade relationship standpoint, let's set aside the massive killing standpoint, because it doesn't seem to bother the right people. I do hope that something comes out of this. All right, let's move on to local news. We've got, if you are planning on doing any driving over the weekend on Interstate 5, I would counsel you strongly against it.
Stay home.
Stay
Play
home.
Some board games.
Take other roads, maybe get a bicycle. How about light rail? If you've never ridden light rail, here's your opportunity because it literally runs exactly through the stretch that is going to be locked off. So we know about the Revive Interstate 5. We have talked about it a lot. Our traffic reporters have talked about it a lot. The show hosts have talked about it a lot. Our news team has talked about it a lot. This is the final, for this period of time, closure of Interstate 5 northbound between I-90 and the University District. And it is going to create enormous numbers of problems. WashDOT has allowed the express lanes to be converted into the new northbound lanes, but it's still nowhere near enough. You're going to see massive backups to the extent you can get out of town tonight like you just robbed a bank, or that you can avoid travel in that corridor. You should probably think about it, because it's going to not just mean that traffic is bad on I-5. There's going to be a whole bunch of people who still need to or want to go that direction, who are going to be using everything else from 405 to surface streets to whatever highway, whatever. I mean, it's going to be additional boat traffic probably. It's going to be something that is not going to be any fun at all. I'm assuming that you are staying put this weekend?
Staying put. I do want to shout out the WashDOT social media team is absolutely incredible. They do an incredible job of being really funny and explaining what they're actually working on. Where I've had so many moments of like, oh God, they're closing this. And then you go on and you're like, oh, that's the work they're doing.
So can I take a quick aside here? Because you brought up something I think that's very interesting. I've watched social media. I mean, first what happened, I think, when social media became an important thing, which is now a fair period of time, an important thing for public agencies to get involved with, because they were the least and last adopters of strong social media presence, except for some few outliers. And then it started getting better, and then it really started getting better, using a lot more humor and a lot more effective ways of communicating. And I suspect, you can tell me if I'm wrong here, that what happened was a lot of mid-career people, let's just look at me for a moment, got saddled with the social media thing about a decade ago, or maybe 12, 15 years ago. And and they reluctantly went into it. And a few of them embraced it and got kind of clever and kind of good and watched what smart people were doing. But now you've got this different generation of people who've inherited these top-level social media jobs. And it's just like an immediate improvement in like government-based social media, from police agencies to transportation departments. Do you see the same thing?
Oh yeah, and it feels like these teams have been given like free reign to be creative.
Right. And to be funny and to be a little bit, occasionally edgy and occasionally like risk. I mean, you do comedy and humor for a living. It comes with risk, right? Yeah. I mean, it comes with big risk. And you sometimes probably have that ball of ice in your stomach, like, should I even say this?
How's this going to land?
How is this going to land? And I like the fact when I see social media, now they're not getting quite that edgy, but every now and then you're a little surprised, a double entendre that maybe only a few people get. I think that kind of stuff is great. I think social media on government, and I think that it's really good of you to call them out, because they don't get called out enough. They get called out when they're bad. They rarely get called out when they're good.
Or you just see some languishing account where it has like 5 posts and they can't get anything going. But check out the WashDOT TikTok. It's so funny.
That's excellent. All right. I actually am going to do that. Okay, so let's move on to, another issue with perception and an issue with popularity. Somewhat, and I think the social media aspect of this has been one winner, one loser, and that is the upcoming mayoral race between Katie Wilson and Bruce Harrell. Bruce Harrell surprisingly finished behind Katie.
Not great with social media.
Not great with social media. His team, and his chief of staff just left. Yeah. And his chief of staff didn't leave because of these problems, left because of health reasons. Understandable in that sort of a job. It is a 24/7 job, and a lot of people sort of quietly exit it when they just can't do it anymore. And from a health reason, he couldn't anymore. He said actually cardiac events. He didn't say anything more than that. So I feel he's a bright guy. And it's too bad to have to leave, because this is probably when Bruce Harrell needs him the most, because he is trailing in the polls. However, I think that this is some of what it seems, that Seattle may be reflexively moving slightly against, the less progressive candidate, but I think it might be a couple of things. But I'm kind of curious what you think when you see that Katie Wilson did pretty well in the primary, and looks like right now the polling is, kind of a toss-up between the two.
Yeah, and she seems to keep, as they count votes, keep pulling further ahead. And again, to take it to social media, what I like about Katie Wilson's team is first it felt like they were kind of pressuring her to be like Zoran and to do this kind of slick social media campaign.
Yeah. And that's not her.
That's not her.
Right.
She's classic Seattleite. I say this with a lot of love. She's awkward.
Right.
And it feels like they finally went with that, where it's like, just let her be her.
Right.
Don't try to make her be a social media star.
Right. I think that's actually really, I think the awkward thing is because with some people, and it's also endearing.
Yeah.
Like it feels like when someone's a little uncomfortable, when you see, when you think of like famous awkward politicians, you think of another person, who's very, very left-leaning socialist, Bernie Sanders, who is not necessarily, there's no polish to that man at all.
He's Bernie.
And it's Bernie. And I think that inadvertently is what his supporters really dig. They like the fact that he seems like the same cranky grandfather that he would say the same thing at the dinner table as on TikTok as in a congressional hearing.
I don't think people want slick.
I think they don't. I think that's true.
People want authenticity, such a buzzword right now, but people want authenticity. They want to feel like you're not just like talking to a bunch of consultants about what's going to poll right.
And so the story, it's worth a read. The story in today's Seattle Times by Daniel Beekman is about whether or not there should be any consternation in the Herald camp. I imagine that there is. Mm-hmm. But remember, and I think one of the people that he quotes in the story, I think stated it pretty accurately. There's a difference between a primary and a general. And a primary tends to be people more on the fringes or a higher distillation of people on the fringes of each party. And in Seattle, by each party, I mean one. And then once you get to a general, you get a lot of people who are not maybe motivated in the primary because we all kind of knew who the two top finishers were going to be. You're going to get more of the mainstream, and especially you're going to get more of the business interests and the people who actually feel like they wanted the homeless encampments cleaned, whether or not there was a solution after that, which is what Harold did without the solution. But he did do the cleaning that people were asking for, the maybe a better relationship with police, that sort of stuff. I don't know if that's actually happened, but it appears to, at least Seattle PD is certainly hiring at a faster rate. Yeah. Whether that's Harold or bonus related, I think is an open question. But nonetheless, I mean, like he has delivered on some of what he's promised, not everything that he's promised. She has less experience than he does, although she has a lot of what she says is really dovetails more with modern Seattle than maybe Bruce Harrell does. Do you think that she has still got a better than good chance in the actual general election? Because I feel like she did really well in this one. I'm a little more dubious about her ability to pull it off in a general when the voting patterns and the people who show up changes a bit.
What I would love for her to do is just to come out swinging more. I feel like something that I love about Zoran is here I'm in Seattle and I could tell you what his campaign was.
Right.
And with Katie Wilson, I'm a little more like, well, I think here's where she stands and here's what she wants. And so I just love for her to like be more succinct and come out swinging.
I think that's fair. And I think, but what would you suggest she swing at or about?
I just loved Zoran's campaign. I think that cities have gotten so expensive. Talk about rent.
Well, she did that. The whole pizza.
Yeah.
The pizza TikTok was one of those things that was a smart, kind of effective way. I mean, I'm not sure that the math works out, but then it's what you're doing is social media stuff. So I understand you're going to make a very distillation with a few rickety bridges to build sort of a quick TikTok argument. That's true on any political persuasion. I understand that, but it was pretty effective. Yeah. She's walking, eating a slice of pizza, explaining to you why these other expensive things in Seattle have created the $8 slice of pizza. It was, I thought, a pretty smart moment by her team. So is that the type of thing you'd like to see more of? Like some sort of thing that is like putting it directly on Bruce's lap that, hey, the city needs to respond to the expensiveness of the city?
I'd love that. And, we're talking about social media and algorithms, so I'll put that as context. But I don't see Bruce. Like, Bruce is not showing up on my social media feed. So it's like whatever her team is doing, they're doing it well.
Oh, interesting point. Yeah. That's a really good point. I follow TikTok, but not as aggressively as I mean, social media for me has become a lot less fun because it's been everything is so botted up now that I get these feeds of stuff that I've never asked for, I don't really want. And I liked it when I had more really discrete control over what was flowing into my now. But TikTok is not as bad as some. It's certainly not as bad as X, which has become
so
kind
toxic.
of a cesspool. And it's a shame because Twitter, when it was Twitter, was really functional, I thought. It was excellent for sort of connecting with who you wanted to connect with and even sometimes communicating with them.
Well, especially as a journalist.
Totally. I mean, I managed to get a Mark Cuban interview via sending him on KIRO nights, just via sending him something on Twitter. It was because he paid attention to that and he was very good about responding. So I don't know. You're right about the we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I am looking for I think this is going to at least be a very interesting mayoral race. Yeah. And I kind of like that. And I think that I don't know that it's some sort of bellwether for Seattle, but I definitely think that it is going to matter more over the next few years because it is going to be something, certainly as the city deals with expensiveness and homelessness, drug use, there's two pretty different policy paths. And so we'll see where people want to go. Well, it is, since we did bring up the restoration of I-5, I guess we're going to have that. I don't know that there's any additional, in advance problems with that, but Jillian, at the real-time traffic desk, is that happening yet today or
tonight at midnight?
Tonight at midnight.
Tonight at midnight. I-5 closes.
But I mean, is it happening now? I mean, is there people in advance trying to scramble and or is that not really? I mean, in
that's
other
not
words,
a question I'm prepared for. Are you talking about the construction project?
No. I'm talking about the actual traffic. How bad is the traffic?
Oh, how bad is the traffic? Getting I-5 northbound is quite a chore getting through downtown Seattle and up through that area. But, it's not as bad as it could be. You get a little bit of relief once you get north of the University District, and then things start to bunch up in the north end, Mount Lake Terrace, and getting up through Everett. In fact, the Seattle to Everett drive is an hour and 11 minutes, which, is pretty typical for this time of day. It's not apocalyptic. Federal Way to Seattle is 48 minutes. We've had quite a challenging drive in the South Center area throughout the afternoon. Lots of collisions. We've got a new one, I-5 northbound just south of 405, blocking the HOV lane. And it's really bumper to bumper in that area in spots. 405 northbound is also pretty heavy in both directions between the S curves and the merge with I-5. The Renton to Bellevue Drive is about 30 minutes. Bellevue to Renton, 36 minutes. So that gives you an idea of that. Bothell, we've got some spotty slowing on 405 southbound. That's a 26-minute drive, Bothell to Bellevue. And let's check in with the South Sound Drive. We've had some delays south of Tacoma. Tacoma to Olympia on I-5 is an hour and 14 minutes. That is about 5 minutes more than it was a half an hour ago. So I don't see any collisions there, but we will monitor that drive as we do with everything. This report brought to you by KIRO Newsradio.
The Seahawks are back at it.
And here's Milroe rolling out the right side and throws a dart.
In another important step in building this year's team.
Touchdown, Seahawks! Corey Horton from 10 yards out.
I just feel like it's that competitive mindset that I got.
Preseason game number 2, Seahawks, Chiefs. Tonight, Steve Rabel brings you the action at 7. The pregame show starts at 5 on the place where the 12s hear the Hawks. KIRO News Radio on 97.3 FM.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done. This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Americans may not agree on much, but we agree on Social Security. We all pay in. It ought to be there when we need it. Social Security could face a funding gap in less than a decade, and I don't want to see a pay cut. I'm with AARP in the fight to protect the Social Security we earned.
Pledge to protect Social Security at aarp.org/weearnedit. That's aarp.org/weearnedit. Paid for by AARP.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Let's go! You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
For more than 75 years, the VA Home Loan Benefit has helped millions of eligible veterans and service members achieve their piece of the American dream, a home for their families. Did you know that you could purchase a home or refinance your current home loan with your VA Home Loan Benefit? VA home loans have lower closing costs and generally enjoy lower interest rates than other borrowers. The VA Home Loan may save you thousands of dollars on your mortgage. For more information, visit www.va.gov or talk to a lender of your choice. Choose VA.
Looking for an epic summer night in Seattle? Be here for the Mariners Drone Show at T-Mobile Park, Friday, August 22nd, presented by Muckleshoot Casino Resort.
It is Grand Salami time! Cal Raleigh with his third Grand Slam of the season.
The team is taking on the A's at 7:10, and after the game, we'll be lighting up the sky with hundreds of drones, celebrating Mariners icons past and present. Don't miss out on a jaw-dropping post-game show.
He got him! He puts him away! And the ball game is over. Another phenomenal save by Andres Munoz.
Head to Mariners.com to grab your seats and see the full lineup of special events, including Kids Appreciation Day, Sunday, August 24th, and the Logan Gilbert Funko Pop Giveaway, September 8th to 10th. Plus, check out a great slate of marquee interleague matchups against the Padres, Cardinals, and Dodgers.
Julio clubs this deep out to left field and gone. Julio for the second time.
Mariners baseball. Try dance up.
The Jake and Spike Show.
I check it late at night when my wife's not looking.
Weekdays noon to 3.
My favorite thing on my phone, which is my weather app.
First thing, nonstop.
My number one app. Every day it tells me it's the number one thing I use on my phone.
First thing I looked at when I woke up.
First thing I see in the morning. Last thing I see at night is the weather.
Then I'll roll over and kiss her after that.
My wife says, "Don't kiss me after you look at your weather app."
You'll feel hot and sweaty.
Watch the Jake and Spike Show live on YouTube or the KIRO Newsradio app.
Wellness. How do you practice it easily every day? At Olympic Hot Tub, we have more ways to achieve total wellness at home than ever before. Immerse yourself and let jets melt stress away in a saltwater hot spring spa. Swim in the privacy of your own backyard in an endless pool swim spa. Retreat to cozy warmth and detox in an amazing Tilo sauna. Then awaken your mind and body with a cold plunge. You'll be saying, ah, in no time. Your path to wellness starts today at Olympic Hot Tub. Better you, better life.
Cold is leaking in rocks are moving and moon is creeping and water seeping in. It's hard to be a homeowner, we know.
Without American Crawl Space and Pest Services, it is hard to be a homeowner. Dave Ross here. American Crawl are the heroes to call for insulation and pest issues because in addition to their great reviews and decades of experience, they also give out the most PSE insulation rebates of any insulation company in the state.
American Crawl, the heroes you call.
Get your free inspection at AmericanCrawl.com.
The G and Ursula Show.
Of course, we're talking about Sue Bird.
Weekdays 9 to noon.
Don Trudeau, the co-owner of the Seattle Storm.
In general, my favorite memory of Sue is just when she stands up for people, that don't necessarily have representation.
Are there any other statues of a woman in front of a stadium?
We are the first WNBA franchise.
Come on now.
To honor one of our players with a statue. Yes.
Watch live on YouTube and the KIRO Newsradio app.
CBS News special report. The first part of the summit in Alaska between President Trump and Russian leader Vladimir Putin has ended. They're expected to hold a joint press conference shortly. CBS's Nancy Cordes on Putin's demands.
He wants an entirely new government installed in Ukraine that would be more friendly to the Russians. He wants the Ukrainians to hand over territory that he has claimed, even territory that he doesn't currently control.
Cordes says we should be able to quickly tell how serious Putin is about ending the war.
The question today will be, does he give up any of those demands, that would be a sure sign that he is ready to see this war draw to a close.
Former U.S. Ambassador to Russia, John Sullivan.
For President Trump, he's got to guard against making concessions to Putin that are going to alienate our European allies and really do political damage to himself here in the United States.
CBS News Special Report. I'm Christopher Cruz.
And I'm Aaron Granello. Homeless camp sweeps continue in the city of Tacoma. And as KIRO Newsradio's Frank Lindsay reports, they come roughly a month after the city lost nearly 200 shelter beds.
The News Tribune reports there were only 60 shelter beds available across Pierce County this week. Many of them had restrictions. Outreach workers say people are being moved out of their campsites without any place to go. The city of Tacoma has closed nearly a quarter of its shelter beds since the beginning of the year due to budget problems, and it tells the Trib it's trying to balance compassion with public safety. Frank Lindsay, KIRO News Radio.
We now know how many T-Mobile employees the Bellevue-based company plans to lay off. Company says 161 workers across King County will be let go on October 13th. That is the same day software giant Oracle is cutting 161 jobs in Seattle. IT company F5 cutting 106 positions a few days later. It is setting up to be the wettest 24 hours here in about 4 months. Details on today's rainfall with KIRO 7 meteorologist Morgan Palmer.
The heaviest event for rainfall since back in April. Mountains 2 to 4 inches or more of rainfall. Rivers are going to rise, but they won't flood. Lowlands another half an inch to an inch of additional rain between now and early tomorrow morning.
Takes us to 3:33. We turn now to the real-time traffic desk with Jillian Raftery.
Thanks, Aaron. We're getting pretty heavy in and out of downtown Seattle on I-5 north and southbound. The Federal Way to Seattle Drive is 46 minutes now, and Linwood to Seattle coming in from the north end is 54 minutes. That's pure volume. There's no collisions as of yet. So let's cross our fingers for you trying to get to the Mariners game, or the Seahawks game this evening. Seattle to Everett is an hour and 10 minutes, and that's actually pretty good for this time of day. 405 has been struggling in both directions from South Center getting through Renton. The Renton to Bellevue Drive is about 30 minutes in the northbound direction, and Bellevue to Renton 36 minutes. An issue has cropped up in Issaquah, I-90 eastbound around Sunset Way. 2 lanes are closed because of a collision. The incident response team and State Patrol are on the scene, so they are clearing that hopefully as we speak. This traffic report brought to you by Seattle Sports. Download the Seattle Sports app to stay in the know with the latest news, scores, and opinions about your favorite teams.
Thank you, Jillian. Your forecast now brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. Widespread rain through tonight, tapering off by tomorrow morning. And then the weekend's actually looking pretty good. Mid-70s, partly cloudy by Sunday. Right now, 70 in downtown Seattle. I'm Aaron Granillo, KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News.
This hour brought to you by Home Comfort Alliance, heating, air conditioning, plumbing, and electrical. Welcome back to the show. Mike Lewis, Mandy Broussard here. Mandy, the story we're supposed to talk about 2 stories in this segment. One on is annoyance the price we pay for community. It's a Time Magazine story essentially saying, do you have to sort of ramp yourself up and deal with people? Because if you don't deal with people, you know, in situations where you're not maybe excited to go to someone's house for dinner or excited to go meet them for a drink, you still should step up and go, because those sort of like low-grade annoyances are how we over time build community. And we're making a bit of a bridge here, but I actually think it works once you hear us.
Follow us, listeners.
That alcohol consumption is significantly down. And everyone always immediately turns to me because I'm part owner of a bar in Seattle. And so are you worried about this from a revenue standpoint? Is this our fault? or are we going to find some way to solve this problem of people drinking less, which I personally don't see as necessarily a problem. But let's talk first about community. So the story is essentially, a little on the whiny side, but essentially that this person feels like the rest of us do. You've committed yourself to going out to meet friends. You're sitting at home. You're kind of home. You really don't want to do it.
Got comfy pants on.
Yeah, you've already got the 5 different excuses, and you have to sort of use the excuse Rolodex to make sure you don't use the same excuse too frequently. So you have the long list of excuses like, when was the last time the cat being lost? When was the last time I used that one? And so you go through that thing, but sometimes you just suck it up and you go. And this is where the story turned for me, because usually when I do that, I end up having a good time.
Yep.
You know, I end up actually thinking like, oh, this is why I did this. Like, and you just, it's like exercise. Like, you don't really want to go do it, but then you do it and you realize, right. But for some weird reason, you never remember that it actually had a positive thing. But this story is just a complaining continued, which kind of caught me a little bit off guard. Like, she wasn't happy that she went. It's like got trapped in at a dinner in between people that didn't, like, were talking over her and blah, blah, blah. And then she still came to the same sort of conclusion, right? That these annoyances are how you build. When you saw this story, are you the type of person who, like, maybe overcommits to stuff and then wishes you hadn't? Or are you the type of person who actually just really digs the fact that you're going out and seeing people regularly? I mean, how do you behave?
So I am a hermit who stumbled into this friend group of social butterflies.
Right.
And moved back to Seattle, made friends with these incredible people who go above and beyond.
Right.
They are the drive you to the airport friends.
Right.
One friend
That's a category.
One friend even was like, she offered to another friend, you can stay with me, I'm closer to the airport, and then I'll drive you in the morning. Like, above and beyond. And they don't have to think about it. It's just natural to who they are. And I've had like this good peer pressure to be a better person, where I would say, if you turned to me and said, like, could you drive me to the airport? I would say yes. But if you said to the room,
Note to self,
can you drive me to the airport? I'd be like, maybe Joe will say.
Right. Yeah, exactly. I'm not stepping up on this one. That's a good point. I mean, I think having good friends inspires you to be a better person. I think I think that anytime you're in a community where there's a certain behavior, I've always felt like I always refer to it sort of as the weather system. Like if you're in that good weather, you behave in a different manner. Like it sort of creates, there's a larger ethos that happens in a small community or a large community about the behavior and the way you should treat people. And I think that that's entirely true. And then we have this other story, and here's where we build the bridge about alcohol consumption going down. But we're not really going to talk about that. People have always asked, whenever this story comes up, it's always like, hey, if Mike's going to be hosting, he wants to talk about this because he does sell booze for a living, right?
You sell booze and I'm sober. So.
Well, there you go. There you go. And here's the thing. What I always try to tell people is that, in every bar, in every city, 100% of the customers, there's one thing that's true. All of them could drink cheaper at home. So why are they there? And they're there for a variety of reasons. Some like transactional, they just want to be there, and maybe they're meeting somebody on a dating app date. Maybe they're meeting friends. Maybe they're just popping in to have a quick bite to eat and a soda before heading to an event. I mean, it's not always about community, but many people are going there. Particularly people you see walk in with a book. They want to be around people. I mean, we're inherently social people. Even for you who says you're a hermit, you're not, right? And I'm not, even though there's times where I would really just rather be by myself doing my own thing. And that's a completely human response to stuff. The thing is that I think that both of these things are a reflection of community, because when the story about alcohol consumption down, which I don't think is necessarily a bad thing at all, I mean, people are still showing up. Now, some people are showing up and they're drinking less. That's true. Some people are showing up and they're not drinking at all. Most bars, if you're smart at all, you're carrying non-alcoholic beers. You're carrying non-alcoholic spirits. You're certainly carrying CBD sodas, which are very, very popular now, although not inexpensive.
Certainly. I love that you do that.
Absolutely.
As somebody who doesn't drink, I have wound up in bars with friends where I'm like, so I get a plastic cup of Diet Coke?
Well, so that's just it. You kind of I think it forced us to step up what we're serving. I mean, there's all kinds of the mocktails that are now, and there's some very, very good ones out there. And people, they want to participate, and they want to hang out. They don't want to feel conspicuous.
Yeah.
I mean, what a lot of smarter bartenders do, because they have a friend maybe who has maybe decided to drink less or not drink at all. And so they want to order, what we carry, which as far as beers go, is Athletic, which is a popular, because that's all they do. They don't make alcohol beer, but some of the other breweries here now make an NA beer that are quite good. But let's just use Athletic as an example.
And this isn't an ad.
And it is not, absolutely not an investor, not anything like that. But here's the thing, like what a smart bartender does frequently is ask them if they want in a glass, because sometimes people have made a decision, and you've talked about this, like you make a decision to
Why
not
do I
to
get
drink.
a plastic cup?
Well, no.
I earned my right to glass.
Well, you did earn your right to glass, but here's the thing, like sometimes also if you've made a decision, where you don't want to drink either any more or that night or less or whatever you've decided. You don't necessarily want that to be a point of conversation. And trust me, as a person who has many, many times sat with an NA beer in front of him, and I still drink beer, but like a lot of times I'm like, I just want to have lunch and I don't want to have a beer, and I want a beer tasting thing with my Mexican food or something like that. Like, I don't want to have that conversation. Like, I've just decided to have this. I mean, it's not really, an entry point to something I care to talk about. And I think that, so was going to say, Smart Bartender usually offers you a glass, if you notice, because sometimes people don't want to talk to their friends about it, or maybe they're making a real big life decision, right, regarding drinking, and they don't want it to necessarily be the source of conversation at the table, so they holding what appears to be a pint glass of beer, and it's a pint glass of beer, but that beer doesn't have alcohol in it. I actually I think that's great, and I think that that's respectful of their privacy. It's weird that we got to the place where that's become like a thing, a separate conversation itself. And what do you think, Joe?
No, I 100% agree. The fact that not drinking is so unusual these days that it does become a focal point or something you almost have to apologize for or answer to.
Because it doesn't. The weird thing is that the person who is asking that question is not judging you; they're feeling judged immediately. Exactly. That's the way it has this rebound effect, right? That becomes very, very, very odd. So I think the fact that both stories are effectively about, one implicit, one explicit about people seeking community. I think that in general, I'm there for that.
Yeah.
All right, Jillian Raftery, I'm going to try a much more straightforward approach on traffic, and I'm going to ask you simply, how is traffic out there on this?
Come on. That's the best you got.
That's the best I've got.
I can handle it.
I'm going to get better next segment, I promise.
It's a mix. I'm starting to see a lot more red than green on the map, a lot of spotty slowing in places, so it's hard to give a full picture, but we're running about 5 minutes behind at least everywhere you want to go. Let's start with the good news in Issaquah, eastbound I-90 around Sunset Way. There were 2 lanes closed for a collision. That has since cleared, and that backup has dissipated. But we got a lot of other issues around here, and most of it's just due to heavy volume. 405 coming out of Bellevue southbound in Factoria is very heavy, and there's spillover slowing on the I-90 merge both east and west, and then spotty slowing off and on all the way down into Renton. 405 northbound, same deal. Let's get some travel times on that. Bellevue to Renton is 36 minutes. Renton to Bellevue, 27 minutes. Bothell to Bellevue, also spotty slowing in north and southbound directions. Bothell to Bellevue, 28 minutes. We're also seeing some spillover slowing on the I-90 and 520 floating bridges. The I-90 bridge is a lot slower. We're about 25 minutes Bellevue to Seattle at this point. Northbound I-5, Federal Way to Seattle, 46 minutes. Linwood to Seattle, 57 minutes. And we're looking a little bit better in the South Sound. Tacoma to Olympia is an hour and 14 minutes. We're also seeing some slowing really heat up on 167. Let's see if I can call that travel time up. Renton to Puyallup is stretching to an hour and 1 minute on 167. So definitely pack your patience this afternoon with the rain and the Seahawks game. This traffic report brought to you by Subaru of Puyallup. Having your vehicle serviced at our stress-free promise at Bellevue is our stress-free promise at Subaru of Puyallup with convenient service hours from 5 a.m. to 9 p.m. Subaru of Puyallup, your stress-free dealership.
The Seahawks are back at it.
And here's Milroe rolling out the right side and throws a dart.
In another important step in building this year's team.
Touchdown, Seahawks! Torrey Horton from 10 yards out.
I just feel like it's that competitive mindset that I got.
Preseason game number 2, Seahawks, Chiefs. Tonight, Steve Rabel brings you the action at 7. The pregame show starts at 5 on the place where the 12s hear the Hawks. KIRO Newsradio on 97.3 FM.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
Big year. I'm starting middle school.
Welcome to the jungle, Missy.
Best part? My parents promised me a new laptop.
Perfect for homework, essays, and drudgery.
So we went to Staples. They had all the latest tech, and laptops were up to 40% off.
Woo! Another back-to-school budget saved by Staples Easy Button.
Mom high-fived the cashier. So embarrassing.
Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app. In 23 select models only.
Corporate megastores are spending millions lobbying D.C. politicians on one-sided policies that send small businesses tumbling. They want to enact harmful credit card mandates that take resources away from your local credit union and community bank, leaving Main Street businesses with less access to credit, making it harder for your family to pay for everyday goods like gas and groceries. Tell Congress to guard your card and oppose the Durbin-Marshall credit card mandates.
Paid for by Electronic Payments Coalition.
An illegal alien from Guatemala charged with raping a child in Massachusetts. An MS-13 gang member from El Salvador accused of murdering a Texas man. A Venezuelan charged with filming and selling child pornography in Michigan. These are just some of the heinous migrant criminals caught because of President Donald J. Trump's leadership. I'm Kristi Noem, the United States Secretary of Homeland Security. Under President Trump, attempted illegal border crossings are at the lowest levels ever recorded, and over 100,000 illegal aliens have been arrested. If you are here illegally, you're next. You will be fined nearly $1,000 a day, imprisoned, and deported. You will never return. But if you register using our CBP Home app and leave now, you could be allowed to return legally. Do what's right. Leave now. Under President Trump, America's laws, border, and families will be protected.
Sponsored by the United States Department of Homeland Security.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody. Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
Your new beginning starts now. D.R. Horton has new construction homes available throughout the greater Seattle area. With spacious floor plans, flexible living spaces, and home technology packages, you can enjoy more cozy moments and sweet memories in your beautiful new home. With new home communities opening throughout the Seattle area, D.R. Horton has the ideal home for you. Visit drhorton.com to learn more. D.R. Horton, America's builder, an equal housing opportunity builder.
Hey, this is Pete from Home Matters. Tune in this weekend when we'll talk with local business owners about everything in and around your home. Join us on Saturdays from 2 to 3 right here on KIRO News Radio or listen to the podcast on mynorthwest.com.
From the roof to the deck, the siding to the gutters, and energy-efficient windows, State Roofing and Exteriors is your one-stop shop for home protection. With over 55 years serving Western Washington, we don't just work here, we live here. We know what your home is up against when the cold sets in and the rain starts falling. Right now, we're making it easier than ever to get started with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 24 months. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com to schedule your free, no-pressure estimate.
State Roofing, the best roof you'll ever need.
Welcome back to the show. So there is an idea. Before I actually get into this, 1-888-973-5476 is the text line. Text in. If you got something to say, you might have something to say about what we're going to talk about right now. There is an idea being propagated by Slate magazine that gossip, which has been mostly reviled, except when you are doing it, actually might be good for you.
If you think gossip is just petty drama, you're missing out on one of the most useful social tools we have. I was listening to an episode of How To, which is Slate's advice podcast, and they had on Rachel Hampton, who literally hosts a show about gossip, and she broke down how to do it right. First, let's redefine what we're talking about. Gossip is just sharing information about somebody when they're not there. So, sports trades, gossip. Discussing your coworker's promotion, gossip. The trick is learning how to use it strategically. So here's how to gossip for good. First, start with intent. Good gossip punches up at people in power, not down at people who can't defend themselves. So sharing that your manager has a history of not promoting women, that's protective. If you're just making fun of someone's outfit, that's not helpful. For operational security, which is Rachel's term, never text gossip. Always use voice memos or phone calls. Look around before you start talking. If you want people to share information with you, share your own first. A key insight that I took away from the episode was that marginalized communities have always used gossip networks for protection. Women sharing which bosses to avoid, communities passing along places that are safe. That's all gossip being used for community care.
So I'm going to hold off on my opinion of that. I'm not sure. Actually, I'm sure where I'm at. But let me ask you.
The pro-gossip.
Well, the rationale, I think, is what. So what did you think? Do you agree?
So this stood out to me years ago in college. I was in an evolutionary psych class that was so boring. Like, I could not stay awake during it. Except he touched on that gossip can save lives. Like, it is something innate to humans that we do to build community, to keep community, going off of our community conversation.
Fair enough.
And recently, I won't shout out the company. I won't get KIRO in trouble. But I subscribe to a writer's newsletter, like writing jobs, and she withdrew one. She had posted it. A bunch of people reached out and said, actually, they're really horrible to employees. I wouldn't recommend this one. And she withdrew it. And I was like, that's positive gossip. That's saying, I actually worked for them. They paid me late. I wouldn't recommend this. Positive gossip.
So I'm hearing him talk about that, and I think that is probably literally true. I mean, so I look it up in the OED. It's casual, unconstrained conversation reports about other people, typically involving details that are not confirmed as being true. But the main definition is a person main definition is derogatory. A person who likes talking about other people's private lives, which is kind of the conventional way we all see it. I'm convinced that sharing information is important. I'm not sure that all information sharing, which is kind of what the Slate person was saying, necessarily sort of qualifies for me as gossip. But let me actually throw it over to Jillian Raftery at the real-time traffic desk to find out, so she has got information about traffic that we don't have. Jillian, is this technically gossip?
I'm going to throw it back to you because we are getting the Trump-Putin press conference, Mike Lewis.
Are we really?
Oh, yes.
That's some
gossip. So we're going to go live there right now.
Close neighbors, and it's a fact. It's also important that Alaska has to do with our common heritage, common history between Russia and the U.S., and many positive events have to do with that territory. Still, there is tremendous cultural heritage back from the Russian America. For example, Orthodox churches and a lot of more than 700 geographical names of Russian origin. During the Second World War, it was here.
So this is obviously not the press conference. We are listening to CBS News walking up to the press conference, and we'll get you that press conference in just a minute. We see President Donald Trump at the podium with his counterpart from Russia.
Vast emptiness of ice. However, the pilots of both countries did everything to bring closer the victory. They risked their lives and they gave it all for the common victory. I was just in the city of Magadan in Russia, and there is a memorial there dedicated to the Russian and the U.S. pilots. And there are two flags, the U.S. flag and the Russian flag. And I know that here as well, there is such a memorial. There is a military burial place several kilometers away from here. The Soviet pilots are buried there who died during that dangerous mission. We're thankful to the citizens and the government of the U.S. for carefully taking care of their memory. I think that's very worthy and noble. We'll always remember other historical examples when our countries defeated common enemies together in the spirit of battle camaraderie.
To clarify right now, this is the
allyship
translator working for Vladimir Putin.
And facilitated each other. I'm sure that this heritage will help us rebuild and foster mutually beneficial and equal ties at this new stage, even during the hardest conditions. It is known that there have been no summits between Russia and the U.S. for 4 years, and that's a long time. This time was very hard for bilateral relations, and let's be frank, they have fallen to the lowest point since the Cold War. I think that's not benefiting our countries and the world as a whole. It is apparent that sooner or later we had to amend the situation to move on from the confrontation to dialogue. And in this case, a personal meeting between the heads of state has been long overdue. Naturally, under the condition of serious and painstaking work, and this work has been done in general. Me and President Trump have very good direct contact. We've spoken multiple times. We spoke frankly on the phone. And Special Envoy of the President, Mr. Witkoff, traveled out to Russia several times. Our advisors and heads of foreign ministries kept in touch all the time. And you know fully well that one of the central issues was the situation around Ukraine. We see the strive of the administration and President Trump personally to help facilitate the resolution of the Ukrainian conflict. And his strive to get to the crux of the matter, to understand this history, is precious. As I've said, the situation in Ukraine has to do with fundamental threats to our security. Moreover, we've always considered the Ukrainian nation, and I've said it multiple times, a brotherly nation, however strange it may sound in these conditions. We have the same roots, and everything that's happening is a tragedy for us and terrible wound. Therefore, the country is sincerely interested in putting an end to it. At the same time, we're convinced that in order to make the settlement lasting and long-term, we need to eliminate all the primary roots, the primary causes of that conflict. And we've said it multiple times, to consider all legitimate concerns of Russia and to reinstate a just balance of security in Europe and in the world on the whole. And I agree with President Trump, as he has said today, that naturally the security of Ukraine should be ensured as well. Naturally, we are prepared to work on that. I would like to hope that the agreement that we've reached together will help us bring closer that goal and will pave the path towards peace in Ukraine. We expect that Kiev and European capitals will perceive that constructively and that they won't throw a wrench in the works. They will not make any attempts to use some backroom dealings to conduct provocations to torpedo the nascent progress. Incidentally, when the new administration came to power, bilateral trade started to grow. It's still very symbolic. Still, we have a growth of 20%. As I've said, we have a lot of dimensions for joint work. It is clear that the U.S. and Russian investment and business cooperation has tremendous potential. Russia and the U.S. can offer each other so much in trade, digital, high-tech, and in space exploration. We see that Arctic cooperation is also very possible, and our international context, for example, between the far east of Russia and the west coast of the U.S. Overall, it's very important for our countries to turn the page, to go back to cooperation. It is symbolic that not far away from here, at the border between Russia and the U.S., there was a so-called international date line. I think you can step over, literally, from yesterday into tomorrow. And I hope we'll succeed in that. in political sphere. I would like to thank President Trump for our joint work, for the well-wishing and trustworthy tone of our conversation. It's important that both sides are result-oriented, and we see that the President of the U.S. has a very clear idea of what he would like to achieve. He sincerely cares about prosperity of his nation. Still, he understands that Russia has its own national interests. I expect that today's agreements will be the starting point, not only for the solution of the Ukrainian issue, but also will help us bring back business-like and pragmatic relations between Russia and the U.S. And in the end, I would like to add one more thing. I'd like to remind you that in 2022, during the last contact with the previous administration, I tried to convince my previous American colleague that the situation should not be brought to the point of no return when it would come to hostilities. And I said it quite directly back then, that it's a big mistake. Today, when President Trump saying that if he was the president back then, there will be no war. And I'm quite sure that it would indeed be so. I can confirm that. I think that overall, me and President Trump have built a very good, businesslike, and trustworthy contact. And I have every reason to believe that moving down this path, we can come, and the sooner the better, to the end of the conflict in Ukraine. Thank you. Thank you.
This is special coverage at the summit between President Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin. This is KIRO FM HD1 Tacoma, Seattle. Now here's President Trump.
Many points that we agreed on, most of them, I would say, a couple of big ones that we haven't quite gotten there, but we've made some headway. So there's no deal until there's a deal. I will call up NATO in a little while. I will call up the various people that I think are appropriate, and I'll, of course, call up President Zelensky and tell him about today's meeting. It's ultimately up to them. They're going to have to agree with what Marco and Steve and some of the great people from the Trump administration who've come here, Scott and John Radcliffe, thank you very much. But we have some of our really great leaders. They've been doing a phenomenal job. We also have some tremendous Russian business representatives here, and I think, you know, everybody wants to deal with us. We've become the hottest country anywhere in the world in a very short period of time, and we look forward to that. We look forward to dealing. We're going to try and get this over with. We really made some great progress today. I've always had a fantastic relationship with President Putin, with Vladimir. We had many tough meetings, good meetings. We were interfered with by the Russia hoax. That made it a little bit tougher to deal with, but he understood it. I think he's probably seen things like that during the course of his career. He's seen it all, but we had to put up with the Russia hoax. He knew it was a hoax, and I knew it was a hoax, but what was done was very criminal. But it made it harder for us to deal as a country in terms of the business and all of the things that we'd like to have dealt with. But we'll have a good chance when this is over. So just to put it very quickly, I'm going to start making a few phone calls and tell them what happened. But we had an extremely productive meeting, and many points were agreed to. There are just a very few that are left. Some are not that significant. One is probably the most significant, but we have a very good chance of getting there. We didn't get there, but we have a very good chance of getting there. I would like to thank President Putin and his entire team, whose faces, who I know in many cases, other than that, whose faces I get to see all the time in the newspapers. You're almost as famous as the boss, but especially this one right over here. But we had some good meetings over the years, right? Good, productive meetings over the years, and we hope to have that in the future. But let's do the most productive one right now. We're going to stop really 5, 6, 7,000, thousands of people a week from being killed, and President Putin wants to see that as much as I do. So, again, Mr. President, I'd like to thank you very much, and we'll speak to you very soon and probably see you again very soon. Thank you very much, Vladimir.
Next time in Moscow.
Oh, that's an interesting one. I don't know. I'll get a little heat on that one, but I could see it possibly happening. Thank you very much, Vladimir. And thank you all. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Waiting to see if they're going to answer any of these reporters' questions. Obviously, there's a gaggle of reporters there, many of them raising their hands. We'll wait to see if either any of them get a question in here.
Down, please, sir, down, please, thank you.
Well, looks like they're shaking hands and perhaps not going to take any reporters' questions. They are moving off the stage. Well, that will do it. This was special coverage of the summit between Russian President Vladimir Putin and President Trump. We will turn now to the real-time traffic desk. It is 4:07. Here's Jillian Raftery.
Thanks, Aaron. And travel times are holding pretty steady right now, even though we have got some pretty good volume going on. Federal Way to Seattle is 46 minutes. The I-5 slowdown starts at about Boeing Field all the way into downtown Seattle. And, of course, we've got spillover slowing on the West Seattle Bridge merge into I-5 northbound at 509 leading up to the Wamish River there, as well as 99. But it's not too bad for this time of day. 90 over the water. The floating bridges are both seeing a little bit of backup, but only about 3 to 5 minutes delay there. 405 northbound, the heaviest area has been all day in South Center to Renton along those S-curves. We've seen multiple collisions. Those have all cleared at this point. The Renton to Bellevue Drive is about 29 minutes. Bellevue to Renton, 39 minutes. Bothell to Bellevue has seen some problems today, but there's nothing blocking, just pretty heavy volumes. 29 minutes to make that drive on I-5 southbound. The north end is starting to get some pretty heavy traffic as well. Everett to Arlington is 46 minutes, and Seattle to Everett is an hour and 7 minutes. It's not nearly as bad as some of the peak travel times that we've seen in the past, but it's starting to get up there, and we're expecting some increased travel times as we get closer to the Seahawks game. The coverage starts here at 5 o'clock. This traffic report brought to you by Subaru of Puyallup. Having your vehicle serviced is our stress-free promise at Subaru of Puyallup, with convenient service hours from 5 a.m. to 9 p.m. Subaru of Puyallup, your stress-free dealership.
Thank you, Jillian. Your forecast now brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. We're going to stay cloudy tonight. Showers moving through, heavy at times. Rain will taper off by tomorrow morning. Right now, 70 degrees in downtown Seattle. I'm Aaron Granillo, KIRO News Radio.
This is the John Curley Show on KIRO News Radio.
Welcome back to the John Curley Show. Mandy Bassard here to my right. I am Mike Lewis. Mandy, it's nice to work with you again this week. You're pretty new here as a fill-in on KIRO. Is it what you expected? Yeah, so Mandy actually has a pretty well-established career on TikTok. She's very funny, really great. It was one of the producers here who saw her and said, like, wow, that person would be great on KIRO. It turns out that you are. But what do you think? I don't think, now you're going to have to say it publicly, and I realize that maybe this is fraught, but what do you think about being on KIRO so far?
Well, I loved all those compliments. I love that it was recorded, and I can play it back to myself on when I get mean comments.
That's actually a very good point.
It's been so much fun. And it's just such a great team here.
It's a nice group of people.
Mm-hmm.
And
how crazy is that to just be a TikToker one day and then somebody reaches out and says, hey, do you want to do a radio show?
Oh, it rocks.
I love the idea of well, I'm sorry, go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh, texting my mom and dad. I'm going to be a guest host on KIRO. TikTok paid off.
Except, so let me just be as I always am.
Sure.
I turned in the punch bowl. So this is a person who's actually established themselves on what would be considered sort of new and cutting edge media, right. Getting a call from essentially, a company that builds wagon wheels. Yeah. I mean, like I'm not suggesting that we are entirely a dying medium.
Yeah.
all I'm suggesting is we're entirely a dying medium.
Yeah.
There's, except for the streaming end of what we do, which seems to be doing quite well.
Sure.
And I think hopefully the radio is doing well. I don't mean to, I love doing work here. I'm guessing I won't get called again after saying all this, but it's interesting because while you see people in radio, they establish themselves well on, say, YouTube or on TikTok or on other forms of social media, it's nice to see somebody come back here and actually breathe a little bit of, life into it. I think it's great.
I will say the adjustment has been TikTok. You get so used to being able to edit out every breath.
Right.
So you look as witty as possible.
Right.
And it's been a thing with kind of TikTok comedians is then they book a stand-up gig and they're just not as good.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that. That makes complete sense.
You can build an act, a really solid act in the edit.
Well, it's sort of the equivalent of if you're an actor and you do movies or television or something like that, then you go on to Broadway or you go into live theater.
Yeah.
And it's a whole different, because it's not, as a writer who I really admired, not now dead, a guy named George Plimpton wrote about time he spent in the New York Philharmonic as a sub-in on percussion, really simple, hitting a gong and playing the sleigh bells, because he didn't have any musical skill. But he said, the one thing you forget about in music, because he was used to covering sports. He famously wrote a book called Paper Lion about talking the Detroit Lions into letting him play backup quarterback for one preseason game, and he sacked himself. He was terrible. but and that's not an exaggeration. That's what happened. But he talked about how music and theater as well, sports are predicated on mistakes. Mistakes are part of what you expect in sports, because no one shoots 100%. No one bats 1,000. In live events, it's and live events that are supposed to be perfect, like live theater or symphony or something like that. I don't know, at least in radio, I make a lot of mistakes, but they go downstream kind of quickly. Yeah. And I used to get kind of hung up on them when I first started in radio. I got nervous during that.
But
I could
TikTok,
see
you'd be
your TikTok
recorded.
No, exactly. I never even really thought about that. All right. So we actually do have stuff to talk about, not just ourselves. So one of the stories that I've actually been following this issue kind of closely because I find it really interesting. It's the wrong fix of a very real problem. Maybe it's not even the wrong fix. It's an uncontrolled fix of a very real problem. This is a story in the News Tribune about two local athletes, football players in Tacoma, Lincoln junior quarterback Sion Cajo and Mount Tahoma cornerback and UW commit Elijah Durr. They are apparently the first two high school students in Washington State to get name, image, likeness deals prior to entering college. Now, if you're not familiar with the name, likeness, image, likeness deals, this is a manner. It involved a fairly lengthy back and forth lawsuit with the NC2A that the students have a right to some degree profit from their likeness and profit from their own image, because they were selling these images to video game companies, and yet the students were getting it. So that all kind of shook out, and now it's a little bit more of an open field. People know there's a lot of people in college who are making very good money on this. The vast bulk, of course, are not making any money on this. But it's become, and it was just a matter of time before it began visiting high schools, especially high school students who are going to be college athletes. I guess my question for you is what do you think? Do you think this is a good thing that has happened to high school and college sports, or do you feel like this is just going to lead to an additional, changing of values as to why you're there, which ostensibly is education and maybe athletics, and into something more sort of, performative and maybe even grotesque?
Well, I would just say from the perspective of I'm 34, and I've had so many conversations with friends lately of, man, when I was signing up for loans headed into college, I had no idea.
Good point.
Or you're picking a career path, and it's like, what did I know? I was 18. And you have no idea the path you're actually headed out on or what will actually make you happy. And something that worries me so much is we're seeing more and more articles come out about CTE.
Right.
And what damage are these kids taking as they head into a football career? And what is a teenager, what knowledge do they have about what they're signing up for?
Right.
That part really worries me.
So do you feel like it wouldn't bother you, for example, if there's, a high school kid, who is potentially a star football player, a star basketball player, that they get additional money to be on TikTok, to be an influencer of some sort, that, before they enter college. I mean, ostensibly paying for their own college. If they, they're getting a scholarship already, but actually paying for the rest of their living expenses or whatnot in college, or even, profiting while they're in college. That is there anything about that bothers you? Or do you think that that's actually generally a good thing?
I just think about you have no concept of it worries me that a bunch of money is headed towards a kid, and how does that kid really plan for it?
Fair enough, yeah.
Do they know what they're taking on? And it's you're selling your likeness. As a woman in my 30s, I'm like, what would selling my likeness mean?
Well, yeah. I know what it means sometimes, and certainly in with a lot of influencers, it's certainly at the collegiate level and beyond. I'm a little mixed on it happening at the high school level. It actually the state does have regulations regarding this. You can't appear in your own school's uniform. You can't. There's a few things that come along with that is not allowed. I understand that. I actually am in favor. I mean, if you can make money in other ways, if you can make money with a part-time job, let's just say you have a good one. If you are lucky enough to have wealthy parents, well, you don't even worry about that. But that was always the thing when because I put myself through college, and I was not an athlete, by any stretch. This is why I was journalism. And this is one of those things that could allow, the athletics have always been an area where kids who did not have families with money might be able to get a college education, might have it paid for. And if they're getting paid for and then some, I don't really have a problem with it. I do worry from a high school standpoint and even from a college standpoint that it's going to start front-loading schools with additional money and additional access to the people who grant this sort of money. So if you are a private school in Washington State and you can do the name and likeness deal for a kid who is out of district, but you can, again, private school, you don't have to worry about district boundaries. I think it's going to do to the high schools what it did already to the colleges, which is create these super teams, these magnet places that can really generate that extra dough. And again, I'm not saying that's necessarily a bad thing for the kids who get it. I'm not sure it's a good thing for the kids who don't. I'm worried that will translate to at a high school level with even more sort of critical, because you're starting to make these decisions at an age where you're pretty young, where you haven't really sort of your adult brain isn't working yet. I'm not even suggesting that it does necessarily in college, and I know people it doesn't even at 40. So I'm not against it, because I do think that this was a situation created by the NC2A. They absolutely decided we want a whole bunch of free labor that we don't want to compensate. We want to make billions of dollars on this free labor, and we don't want to give them a cut. Yeah. I think we want to actually sell their jersey in our store and then bust them for selling their own jersey, which is literally what happened to Ohio State students. So they created this environment. I'm glad that this blew it up. I am not sure that how far I want this to extend. Certainly into high school, I think I'm still okay with it, but I think maybe the devil will be in how it's regulated or how it's unregulated for me anyway.
And it's you were talking about getting a part-time job. I am not making insane money on TikTok, but I do think the second you have a video make you $300, you're like, well, why would I never want to go back to being a barista.
Totally, right?
That rocked.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. All right, moving along to our favorite recurring story here in Seattle, the Denny Blaine clothing required, clothing optional areas in the park. The park has a history of exceptional nudity. Some of the wealthier neighbors have been pushing back on this, trying various tactics by adding a playground, doing a lot of things to get this thing finally to end. And we have some sound here?
We do, yes.
Okay, it's trying to get this thing to end. And now the sort of the compromise has been a fenced area that is clothing optional and another area that is not.
Has a happy medium finally come to Denny Blaine Park? So far, beachgoers say, no way.
I feel as though they're going to probably try to keep pushing to get more and more areas blocked off until you can't really come here anymore.
As things stand now, the western grassy area of the park is for clothing only, while the eastern beach area of the park is still clothing optional. Both areas divided by a fence covered with green mesh.
I think the green looks very gaudy. and very tacky.
As Como reported last month, the fencing was the result of a court-ordered city plan where nude beach visitors could still strip down, while groups like Denny Blaine for All would be happy as well, especially after they filed a lawsuit to end nudity here.
We are all wanting this park to be exactly what our name says, a park for all. And right now it's not. It's an unsafe park for a lot of people.
Yet park goers insist the worst is still yet to come. They tell us they believe this fencing will lead to graffiti and vandalism.
But if you have some street kids coming through here and just graffitiing it, it's not going to be good.
As for lewd activity here, park rangers will now give out warnings or even citations to people who break park rules.
Well, there you go. What do you think? Do you think that this was a fair compromise?
Well, my heart breaks for these people who just want waterfront property. And it just sounds like life has become so hard for them.
It's tough. It's tough. It's tough, especially when it's not necessarily the most attractive people who are going nude. You know, like that's the other problem I think that they're having. I think if this was just nothing but all models, they'd be fine.
Just
right?
buy a house somewhere else.
Exactly.
The obsession
Look the other
with
direction.
this little beach.
Yeah, I know.
You knew it was a nude beach. Don't live there.
Yeah.
Like, go live by Madrona. It's right up the street.
It's like moving near the airport and complaining about the police.
Exactly.
You know, at some point. I
saw breasts.
Exactly. Like, I think this was, it was not much ado about nothing because it certainly became something. And certainly the folks with leverage managed to turn it into this thing now that, I mean, I'd been there before. I never saw anything lewd. I did see a lot of naked people. I didn't really care one way or the other. It wasn't anything that I found either interesting or titillating or fascinating or anything other than I would expect in, Seattle, right?
It's the tiniest beach in the world.
It's tiny. Like, it wasn't that thing, but it became this flashpoint of what we are going to. And the funny thing it was never officially designated as such. It sort of traditionally was such, and it almost became more of a thing once the fight started. Like, it was relatively open secret that was a beach where they just sort of looked the other way as far as nudity went, and a lot of people just hung out there. I didn't hang out there all the time, but I was there a few times. I didn't see anything lewd happening. I'm not saying that they're lying about that. It probably did. Certainly, it probably attracted some people who were into that kind of thing. On the other hand, I've seen that in Volunteer Park too. Right? And, and like, it's not necessarily like these people are only like, oh my God, thank God there's a nude beach, so I could finally act on all of those. They will act on those things,
I think
regardless.
There's a level of wealth where people don't have enough to worry about.
All right.
And so they become fixated on silly things.
I think that's an excellent
point. Like, someone parked in front of my home.
Exactly. All right, so I like to think of myself as a bit of an environmentalist, Jillian. I am going to recycle my toss to traffic from the last segment because when I did it, we were actually going to a press conference and not traffic. So I'd like to say again, how is traffic out there, Jillian?
It's not nearly as bad as it could be. And of course, after I say that, given the rain, given the gloom, we're actually relatively problem-free this evening, this afternoon. It's not even evening yet, but it looks like evening outside. It's very gray. So we had and then it's cleared on I-5 southbound at Denny Way, a disabled vehicle blocking the right lane. And that's the extent of the problems that I'm seeing being reported on this map. In and out of Seattle, definitely gridlock, but again, not nearly as bad as it could be. Federal Way to Seattle, 48 minutes. Sometimes on a really bad Friday, it's up to an hour and a half. 48 minutes. Linwood to Seattle in the other direction, 59 minutes on southbound I-5 drive. Seattle to Everett is ticking up it's holding steady, an hour and 8 minutes. We've got a lot of spillover slowing on other routes, like both floating bridges are pretty slow. Almost all the way on the I-90 bridge, all the way back to Mercer Island, and 520 goes halfway back to Bellevue. 405, very slow through Bellevue in the southbound direction to Factoria, and then on and off through Renton. 405 northbound has been having problems in the South Center area. We've had several collisions that have happened and then been cleared, so there's been really no recovery from that. Just a lot of pressure. So Bellevue to Renton is 40 minutes at this point. Renton to Bellevue, 29 minutes. The South Sound Drive, an hour and 10 minutes Tacoma to Olympia, and of course a lot of that is by JBLM. No collisions, just pressure in a lot of different places. This report brought to you by ProSculpt, the one-day permanent fat loss and skin tightening solution for men and women offered by New Skin Med Spa in Bellevue. Book your free consultation at prosculpt.com.
The Seahawks are back at it.
And here's Millwall rolling out to the right side. It throws a dart.
In another important step in building this year's team.
Touchdown, Seahawks! Corey Horton from 10 yards out.
I just feel like it's that competitive mindset that I got.
Preseason game number 2. Seahawks, Chiefs, tonight. Steve Rabel brings you the action at 7. The pregame show starts at 5 on the place where the 12s hear the Hawks. KIRO News Radio on 97.3 FM.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that. And third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get ready for an evening of illusions, laughter, and total disbelief. Michael Carbonaro, star of The Carbonaro Effect, is coming to Angel of the Winds Casino Resort with his hit live show, Carbonaro Lies on Stage. See why audiences across the country are raving about this one-of-a-kind experience. It all happens Friday, September 19th. Tickets are available now online or in person. Must be 18 plus. Management reserves all rights. Visit angelofthewinds.com to grab your seats today.
Americans may not agree on much, but we agree on Social Security. We all pay in. It ought to be there when we need it. Social Security could face a funding gap in less than a decade, and I don't want to see a pay cut. I'm with AARP in the fight to protect the Social Security we earned.
Pledge to protect Social Security at aarp.org/weearnedit. That's aarp.org/weearnedit. Paid for by AARP.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
I just saw 2 houses for sale. Same neighborhood, almost identical, but one had an Orchard sign and it sold for way more. So I asked my friends at Orchard, why? The first house used a traditional agent. After weeks of price drops and frustration, they settled for less than they'd hoped for. The second homeowner chose Orchard and got more. Their local Orchard agent didn't just list a home, they marketed it. They knew exactly which upgrades would attract serious buyers and brought in a pro to handle everything. And even more, with Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program, the homeowner moved into their new home before their old one even hit the market. They skipped all the hassles and showings. Never settle for less. Get more with Orchard, the smarter, faster, hassle-free way to buy your new home, even before your old home sells. Start with Orchard's free home valuation at Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
Your new beginning starts now. D.R. Horton has new construction homes available throughout the greater Seattle area. With spacious floor plans, flexible living spaces, and home technology packages, you can enjoy more cozy moments and sweet memories in your beautiful new home. With new home communities opening throughout the Seattle area, D.R. Horton has the ideal home for you. Visit drhorton.com to learn more. D.R. Horton, America's builder. An equal housing opportunity builder.
For the news you trust.
Breaking news we are getting.
Experience matters.
Good afternoon. I'm Aaron Granillo.
James Lynch, KIRO News Radio.
Good morning. I'm Heather Bosch.
Luke Ducey, KIRO News Radio.
We're on YouTube.
CBS News special report. After almost 3 hours of talking behind closed doors, Presidents Trump and Putin have ended a joint press conference without taking any questions or sharing details of talks on Ukraine's future. That country's leader was not invited. President Trump saying,
I believe we had a very productive meeting. There were many, many points that we agreed on. Most of them, I would say, a couple of big ones that we haven't quite gotten there, but we've made some headway.
Trump says he'll speak with European leaders and Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky soon. Putin, through an interpreter.
And I agree with President Trump, as he has said today, that naturally the security of Ukraine should be ensured as well. Naturally, we are prepared to work on that.
CBS's Nancy Cordes is at Joint Base Elmendorf-Richardson.
We don't know how significant any of this progress really is. We'd like to ask White House officials, but they left the room just as quickly as President Trump did.
CBS News Special Report. I'm Jennifer Kuiper.
And I'm Aaron Granillo. The federal government has quietly closed its civil rights review into the death of Manny Ellis in Tacoma. KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey reports.
Surrounded by Tacoma police officers in 2020, Manny Ellis's last words were, "I can't breathe." Thursday, a U.S. Attorney's Office investigation into claims Tacoma police beat Ellis and shocked him with a taser 3 times before he died abruptly ended. Launched under President Biden and canceled under President Trump, the attorney for the Ellis family, James Bible, told the News Tribune the decision to end the investigation seems political. The Justice Department did not say if they found any civil rights violations. Luke Ducey, KIRO News Radio.
Well, at this hour, it is rainfall causing some slowdowns through Seattle. This weekend, it'll be construction. At midnight, there is a full closure of I-5 northbound. KIRO 7 TV's Brooke Griffin says it'll be shut down from I-90 to the University District.
Cutting off northbound access from the 520 bridge until 5 a.m. Monday, leaving only the express lanes open to drivers.
WashDOT crews saying they need all weekend to remove their work zone from that Ship Canal Bridge repair work. Let's turn now to real-time traffic at 4:33. Busy out there. Here's Jillian Raftery.
That's right. And I was wondering why the 520 bridge was backed up west in the westbound direction. Turns out 520 westbound just east of I-5, there's a disabled vehicle blocking the right lane, and that's why it's so hard to merge onto I-5. And there's also an issue on I-5 northbound at 41st Street, a collision blocking the right lane. So for anyone trying to merge from 520 to I-5, just be really patient. There are 2 issues there that are blocking your way. The I-5 northbound drive from Federal Way into Seattle is about holding steady at about 50 minutes. In fact, that's even improved from almost an hour, about an hour ago. Linwood to Seattle in the southbound direction on I-5 is 59 minutes. No collisions, just a decent amount of volume on this Friday. Can't call it Friday light, but can't call it Friday traffic apocalypse either. Seattle to Everett, an hour, 9 minutes. Renton to Bellevue on 405, 27 minutes. And Bellevue to Renton, 39 minutes. Let's check out the South Sound Drive. We've had some spotty slowing on I-5 from Federal Way through Tacoma. Nothing major, but it is a little bit of an annoyance getting down into that JBLM area. You've got some really thick traffic around JBLM. The Tacoma to Olympia Drive is an hour and 9 minutes. We're also seeing some pretty heavy traffic getting from Auburn into Sumner and around Puyallup on 512 and 167. Just pack your patience. That rain is really upsetting this drive. This traffic report is brought to you by KIRO News Radio.
And your weather update is brought to you by State Roofing and Exteriors. Heavy rain in many areas tonight, tapering late. Few passing showers for tomorrow, but mostly dry for tomorrow afternoon. Right now, 70 degrees in downtown Seattle. I'm Aaron Granillo, KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News.
KIRO 7 News live starting at 4. It's news that puts you there so you can see for yourself. News that's happening now so you're ready. News that investigates to get you answers, and news that's local because where you live matters. Know more, know now on KIRO 7 News, 4, 5, and 6 p.m.
This hour brought to you by Bucky's Auto Repair. So, Mandy, we've got a story here that is not the story we're going to talk about. We're going to use it, though, to sort of set the table. It's how people are spending. There's been, everyone has heard the news about the variety of tech layoffs in this area. We're actually getting, the numbers are not awful, but the odd thing that's happening right now is that we're getting the reports of, Oracle making layoffs and other companies making layoffs, and then, larger ones at Microsoft and larger ones still at Amazon. And one of the things that's happening is it's odd to see companies making layoffs also showing sort of record revenue. Yeah. That's not usually what we usually see is like revenue is down and then suddenly you expect the layoffs. This is not happening like that. And I think it's because, some of the blame is stock compensation, and that your stock, your stock valuation spikes when you make a layoff, and then people at the upper levels of a company are rewarded with stock vesting in their stock. So that is one thing. The other thing is that AI is taking over some jobs. But we were talking about sort of job search and unemployment and layoffs and things like that earlier, and you mentioned about, I think you said a friend, right, that was going through the Employment Security Department and trying to get on unemployment, and how difficult it is right now in Washington State, which is true. I've been hearing this from people as well.
Yeah. People are waiting up to 6 to 8 weeks. And if you're waiting for money, that is a nerve-wracking time.
Entirely.
Yeah.
I mean, especially because it's not like, your landlord is super flexible. I mean, maybe you're lucky with one of those people with a super flexible landlord.
Landlord's known to be so flexible and easygoing.
Text in 888-973-5476 if you have a super flexible landlord. Let us know if they have any open spaces. So when have you ever actually had to file for unemployment?
Oh, yeah.
And you say it regularly? Oh, yeah. No one's filed for it more than I have. I suspect that there's a better story here than I realize. She seems so nice so far. Mm-hmm. I have only had to, I've been lucky in my career. I've only had to once was when the Post-Intelligencer newspaper closed in 2009. And all of us, got booted out the door at the same time. And I went through the whole process and, filled out and made my job searches and blah, blah, blah. And I spent, I don't know how many months, 6 maybe not quite that, maybe 4 or 5 on, and it was, that's how I paid rent. I mean, it was not a tiny thing for me and the turnaround was, we were kind of lucky. I think all of us were, because one, weirdly enough, we got sent to, arranged by the company as Hearst. One of the few nice things they did to us on the way out the door was they actually arranged for experts to come in and help us through the process of going through, because many people there, myself, I've been there 10 years at that point, and I was by far not the longest serving person who got laid off. And so it was nice to be able to go through the process, and the turnaround was pretty quickly. But what you're saying now is you've been hearing that, and I've been hearing this too, but not sort of the 8-week thing, that it's very, very difficult now to get through the system, or is it because there's a lot of, your friend saying that there's a lot of barriers, or that there is just there's more pushback now from companies?
If you have a super straightforward case, let's say you're laid off, I think in those cases you kind of zoom right through.
Right.
If we want to call anything governmental zooming.
Yeah.
But
yeah, fair enough.
If there's any sort of complication, you end up in something called adjudication.
Right.
And I just think the unemployment office is super limited on their adjudicators, and you just kind of end up stuck. And the advice that I heard that was really helpful is you can reach out to the governor's office and they'll help get your case flagged. But people are just ending up going without a paycheck for weeks.
Which is tough. I mean, if you look at the statistics on how many people are essentially check to check now, and certainly at some jobs, and certainly some jobs that are not to begin with super highly paid, that is not an easy place to have some sort of a nest egg that you can depend on when you get laid off. When it happened to me, I was lucky in that I had a little part-time job actually tending bar in the Streamline Tavern. And, ultimately we ended up, owning the place. That was a little while later, but it helped a little bit, right? And the unemployment helped way more. And that certainly happened. And I think part of the reason that it's difficult right now, I'm guessing, is that if you folks remember, and I was actually here on the radio through the whole, and coming into work through the whole pandemic, we talked a lot about how egregiously the state was defrauded on its own effort to get money out to people who were getting laid off or getting furloughed as a result of the pandemic. And to the tune of $600 million initially, the state managed or claimed that it clawed back, I don't know, half of that, but $300 million hacked, from the essentially fraudulently applied for. And that has made the state extremely, and I think in a good way, extremely nervous about willy-nilly granting, claims. And on the employer end of things, and I'm on the employer end of things, you actually have to contest if someone files for. So what will happen sometimes is you fire someone for cause. You're not eligible for unemployment if you're fired for cause.
Yeah.
You fire, they will still file for unemployment, and you've got to go back and now make a case like, hey, this is not one of those cases that qualifies for, and that can end up in a little bit of, and sometimes it's not adjudicated in your way. So far, that hasn't happened to me. There's also the other thing, though, and this is what I've been hearing from people I know who work at Amazon. Amazon tries to get you to resign in some way if they are starting to try and put you in that category, a focus plan, and then it goes to what we used to call a PIP, a performance improvement plan. I think they have a different acronym, same thing. But they will then, if you want to get a severance, you then have to sign the documentation that says you're willingly resigning. Although in Washington State, you can't willingly forego your rights like that because so many companies pressure you into this. But and I'm not sure that Amazon does this, but I suspect some big companies do, they reflexively appeal everyone's. And they know that through attrition, there's going to be a group of people who are just going to give up and not do it, even though the companies know that they'll probably lose if this person pushes back. And that seems to be happening across the board at places like Amazon, where they know even if they just get 5% of the people not actually applying, that's collectively a massive savings for a company. And I suspect that has something to do with those 8 weeks.
Amazon is struggling to make ends meet. So they just really have to be careful right now.
Tiny little retailer, that startup. All right, Jillian Raftery. The real-time traffic desk. The real-time, you said it actually sort of forecasted things that are as bad as they could be. Is that still holding true?
They're not quite as bad as they could be, but the I-5 northbound drive just got a little bit tougher for everybody. Yeah. We've got 3 issues kind of in quick succession, so I'll start kind of in chronological distance order. I-5 northbound just south of 520, there's a disabled vehicle blocking the left lane. It's already heavy, of course, because people are headed home, so that's where we would expect it to be heavy. But this threw a wrench in the game here. 520 westbound, just east of I-5, there's a disabled vehicle blocking the right lane there. And I-5 northbound at 41st, there's a collision blocking the right lane. So we have got a very tight bumper-to-bumper backup, and merging from 520 is very difficult onto I-5 right now. We're seeing traffic back up almost all the way back into Medina at this point. So just to really pack your patience there, it's going to be at least 5 extra minutes to get over that bridge. I-90 is not doing a whole lot better. I'm not seeing any. I am just seeing a collision. It looks like there might be a collision I-5 northbound in the Chinatown International District somewhere there. It just disappeared from my screen. But if you see it, give us a text. We do read your texts, and we love your traffic tips. But that is the northbound and southbound slowing there, and just extra volume with people coming into downtown is slowing the I-90 bridge all the way back through Mercer Island in the westbound direction. So it's pretty tough, and that took a turn just recently in the last 10 minutes. 405 northbound and southbound in Bellevue is not as bad as it could be, but it's pretty tough getting through downtown Bellevue and into Factoria. Let's get a travel time. Bellevue to Renton, 38 minutes. Renton to Bellevue is about 27 minutes now. We've also seen some really tough traffic on 167 this afternoon. It is 54 minutes getting from Renton to Puyallup, and that's actually a lot better than it was about a half an hour ago. South Sound Drive, Tacoma to Olympia, is an hour and 9 minutes. That's been holding pretty steady. There's that slowing on JBLM, but a lot of spotty slowing through the Tacoma core area. And a traffic tipster has been telling us about the traffic on Highway 18 getting out of Snoqualmie. From at one point this afternoon, the traffic was backed up from the Tiger Mountain Summit all the way back to I-90. That has since dissipated quite a bit, but there is still some difficult traffic there. This report brought to you by Kia of Everett. Thinking of a Kia? Act fast. Thousands in tax credits end September 30th for EVs. Visit KiaofEverett.com for our huge selection. Kia of Everett. Simple, easy, fun.
The Seahawks are back at it.
And here's Milroe rolling out the right side. He throws a dart.
In another important step in building this year's team.
Touchdown, Seahawks. Corey Horton from 10 yards out.
I just feel like it's that competitive mindset that I got.
Preseason game number 2. Seahawks, Chiefs. Tonight, Steve Rabel brings you the action at 7. The pregame show starts at 5 on the place where the 12s hear the Hawks. KIRO Newsradio on 97.3 FM.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Hey, it's John Curley with Dr. Kopstein from K2 Vision RLE. Doc, I heard that 50% of Americans have their lenses replaced by the time they're 75.
That's exactly right, John. As we near 50, our eye's natural lens starts to become dysfunctional.
If you've now added readers to your need for glasses and contacts, it's a sign the quality and function of your natural lens is fading, and it's a steady decline towards cataracts.
Don't go another 20 plus years with poor vision, hassling with contacts and readers. Do what I did. Choose a quick, painless refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision RLE and start enjoying great vision now.
Our new lens technology is truly amazing. After replacing over 100,000 lenses, we have the experience to guide each patient to their best solution, even if that's recommending you wait a little while before RLE.
K2 Vision RLE can restore distance and near vision permanently, plus never develop a cataract. Read the reviews and schedule a free Zoom consultation now at k2visionrle.com.
Your new beginning starts now. D.R. Horton has new construction homes available throughout the greater Seattle area. With spacious floor plans, flexible living spaces, and home technology packages, you can enjoy more cozy moments and sweet memories in your beautiful new home. With new home communities opening throughout the Seattle area, D.R. Horton has the ideal home for you. Visit drhorton.com to learn more. D.R. Horton, America's builder. An equal housing opportunity builder.
Hey, college students, get 5% off at Safeway with your student ID in the app. With FreshPass, save on produce and enjoy free delivery. EBT users get additional savings. Visit Safeway.com/4U. That's FOR in the letter U.
Welcome back. This is the part of the show because we're ending the show a little early today for Seahawks pre-game coverage, pre-game coverage. We're going to jump into text line and the letter carrier right now.
I'm a mailman. You can see. I'm a mailman to be mess with me. I'm a mailman. Everything know. I'm a mailman. Bring the mail to you.
Mandy's like, what in the hell?
What did I get myself into? All right, you can start off with the first one.
Fernando in Seattle says, thanks for the shooting update earlier. Somehow I'm not surprised that John has an ongoing beef with his neighbors.
From Kevin in Renton. Hi, Mike. I met you at Smarty Pants. Just want to say hi. Kevin, thank you. You know, that actually made my evening. Kevin was super sweet, said how much he liked listening to us and me on air. And, you know, those sort of things like give you a little bit of buoyancy for that whole evening.
Yeah. Katie in Tacoma says TSA's media team is on par with WashDOT's. I haven't seen. Now I got to look that up.
All right. Yeah, me too. From the 206 on the mayoral race, Mike, as a business owner, you have got to be supporting Harold and Nelson.
Is that true?
Not necessarily.
James in Poolsbo says, I've always said that it didn't make sense that a music major could schedule a gig at a local bar, but an athlete couldn't market themselves.
I think that is a great comparison, James. I wish I had done that myself. From Josh in Auburn on Amazon resignation pressure. Ooh, this is a good one. Former Amazon manager here. Those pips, and a lot of it revolve around politics. I could say so much on how wrong their system is. And when I say politics, it's internal management who knows who and who likes who. And yes, they will force you under a time limit to select from one of several options, and the options are very limited and have no guarantees. Josh in Auburn, thank you for texting in.
Sean in Eatonville says, beer without alcohol is still great because it's full of hops. Yep, still great.
Fair enough. From 425, there's a chapter in, quote, The Elephant in the Brain about why we developed gossip as a social tool using the lens of evolution. Great book, great chapter. Gossip definitely serves a purpose, but mostly a personal one. That's fair.
Okay, here comes the fan club for Denny Blaine. Oh, where to begin? Suffice to say, in my humble opinion, you all are lame. Do you hear yourselves? Is there matter between your ear holes? I've switched channels. Well, Sue, you're not listening.
Well, she's not listening right now, so I guess that's everybody wins. From David, the mailbox guy, why can't they put up a fence above the grass and have 3 levels?
David's a regular, by the way. He calls us from Denny Blaine in the nude all the time.
Oh, does he really? That's fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
206 says, are you really trying to make a moral equivalency between someone complaining about a car parked in front of their house and someone performing lewd sex acts in a city park where children should be allowed to visit? I am, and I stand by it.
Yeah, all right.
Get bigger problems.
All right. And
now it is time for the
there we go.
of the day.
From Danny in the 206. Such a breath of fresh air having you both on in the afternoon, speaking genuinely and with care about our wonderful city. I haven't listened past 3 p.m. in years. Hey, Danny, thank you very much. And I got to say, since we're signing off now and sending it over to the Seahawks pregame show, Mandy, terrific again. Terrific working with you.
So much fun. This was so much fun.
And now, all right, Jillian, we are hoping for some good traffic news. It's actually been relatively good given that we've got a game, given that we've got potential I-5 problems. How is it looking out there?
It's not as bad as it could be, like I told you before, but I do have a new complication to get into Seattle. If you're coming on Highway 99, or actually getting out of Seattle, southbound 99, just north of the West Seattle Bridge, there's a collision blocking the 2 right lanes, and there's a pretty long backup behind it. I'm seeing bumper-to-bumper traffic all the way through almost all the way through downtown on Highway 99. So get off Highway 99 if you can. The real slow traffic starts, past the Fremont Bridge. So get off 99 and save yourself some time and either take a surface street or honestly, I-5 is actually a little bit faster right now, which is really something to say. Linwood to Seattle on I-5 is 55 minutes right now. Federal Way to Seattle is 46 minutes. We don't have a lot of other issues going on. It looks like we might have cleared some of the issues on I-5 northbound. We had quite a few on 41st. Westbound 520 had a disabled vehicle blocking the right lane. I'm checking back on that. But there is still some slowing going on both lake bridges, which, is going to cost you about 5 extra minutes to get into Seattle proper. 405 southbound through Bellevue is quite a chore, slowing all the way from 520 to I-90, and I would call that bumper-to-bumper drive. Then it peters out a little bit when you get past Factoria. 405 northbound, the Renton to Bellevue Drive is about 27 minutes, and the worst of that is going through the S-curves. Let's turn north a little bit. We're doing pretty well in the northbound, in the Snohomish area. We're having quite a little bit of yellow on the map, which is not horrible slowing, but still pretty frustrating for people who want to get home to start their Friday evening. 405 getting through Bothell into the I-5 merge is a little bit of a few extra minutes drive right now. And then we're seeing some really heavy traffic Everett into Marysville. This report brought to you by KIRO Radio Rundown. Text newsletter to 888-973-5476 and subscribe to the daily KIRO News Radio Rundown. Get the latest news and updates from your favorite KIRO News Radio show straight to your inbox.
Saving for retirement was tough enough for us.
Yes, and navigating markets can be challenging at times.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we take a disciplined approach with your investments.
Tell us more about that.
We take an active approach to money management, positioning your portfolio for opportunities we see ahead.
So all your clients get the same portfolio?
No, we tailor your portfolio to your individual goals and needs.
What about communication? We don't like being left in the dark.
We check in regularly to keep you informed on the markets and your portfolio.
Which means you'll help us stay on track.
Yes, our goal is your comfortable retirement. And as a fiduciary, we always put your interests first, because we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Wellness. How do you practice it easily every day? At Olympic Hot Tub, we have more ways to achieve total wellness at home than ever before. Immerse yourself and let jets melt stress away in a saltwater hot spring spa. Swim in the privacy of your own backyard in an endless pool swim spa. Retreat to cozy warmth and detox in an amazing Tilo sauna. Then awaken your mind and body with a cold plunge. You'll be saying, ah, in no time. Your path to wellness starts today at Olympic Hot Tub. Better you, better life.
Hey, how's your money situation? Are you ready for retirement? Well, if you want to know what the pros are doing to make wealth multiply and retire like royalty, then you need to listen to this show, Sound Path Through Retirement, with Ben Koval and Matt Leibarger. Get your money right and tune in every weekend, Saturdays at 10 a.m. and noon on KIRO News Radio 97.3 FM.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up.
Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Hey, it's Brock Ewart here, and you got to take the First Mark Insurance Challenge. It could save you a lot of money and get your family better coverage. First Mark has saved my family thousands of dollars every year. Take the First Mark Challenge. It's totally free. Just simply go to firstmarkinsurance.com.
KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle.
The Seahawks pregame show is brought to you by Lumen, the trusted network for AI, Beacon Plumbing. Stop freaking, call Beacon. And Virginia Mason Franciscan Health, the official medical services provider of the Seattle Seahawks. Now, here's your host, Michael Bumpus.
Welcome to the Seahawks pregame show, week 2 of the preseason. We're broadcasting live from the Ticketmaster tailgate. I'm Michael Bumpus, and we got the squad together this week. We got B. Walt blessing us with his presence. He does TV now. We got Big Ray, had an active weekend, and then we got Paul Moya as well. How we doing, fellas?
Just happy to be here.
It only took 3 seconds to mention that TV thing, Bump. Way to go.
Hey, you know, when you level up, the homies gotta elevate you. You know, we gotta put you up there, man. I'm proud of you.
Don't be afraid of it, B. Walt. You gotta embrace that thing.
Here we go.
Embrace it. And we're embracing this team. Last week it was 23-23, right? I think this is probably the second tie I've ever covered for the Seahawks. So good on them. But it was more about the performances that we saw. Paul Moyer, I'm going to start with Drew Lock. 12 of 22, 147. Did have an interception, but bounced back with a touchdown. What'd you see out of him?
Yeah, I mean, we got a capable backup who can start and win games for us. I mean, I thought he played well. You know, he had maybe, 60% of his offensive line. So I thought they did a good job, too. Here's what the takeaway from me is we have an identity and a scheme in the running game. Yeah. And it didn't matter which offensive line was there. And I think you go look at our first guys, and they're using some athletic ability. There was one point they had Mike Jarrell in them, and they're pulling. You know, we got kind of the old student body left, student body right from the USC way back for those who can remember that. So we got athletic guys that I think are working in the scheme. There were cutback lanes all over the place. It didn't matter if it was in the first half or the second half. It's the first time, and I know it's only one game, but I go, oh my God, we have an identity on offense, particularly in the running game. Yeah, I would say, too, that was the first thing I noticed, too. It seems like even more, I guess, along with the identity is that there's a plan. You can see what they're trying to get done on the offensive line in pass protection and in the run game, that outside zone, a stretch zone, whichever one you want to call it, taking advantage of the athletic ability of those guards and the tackles that you have. And then you have some tight ends that are willing blockers. They may not be the world's best blockers, but they're willing, and that's the big part of it.
You know what I like the most? 0 sacks in the first half on Drew Lock. I thought that was pretty big, given that you're piecing together a couple guys weren't the starters, and you had the rookie in there at guard, see his first action, and no sacks. And so I thought that was kind of the biggest takeaway of that first half. And going back to Drew Lock, they couldn't have started worse, honestly. Right. The way last season was, where you kind of drive, and then something happens, a turnover in the end zone, or you get pushed back out of field goal range. And here we go, first drive of the game, first drive of the entire season. Go, move, throw a pick, and right in the red zone. But then he bounced back. Threw that out. Short-term memory is what we always say as a quarterback. Came back and then had a great first half, I should say, to finish. So that was fun to watch from Drew Lock.
There was one other thing that we didn't see last year. We did play action last year. It sometimes didn't feel like it or wasn't actually executed as a play action fake. We only did 18% of our passes last year were play action. That's pretty low. Minnesota, by the way, I was looking at Darnold. We'll talk about him later. They did almost 30%. So hands. There was a play, we were running the ball, and then it was a fantastic, he put the ball in the belly, pulled it back, and the linebackers were up on the line of scrimmage. And I went, that's what a running game does. Yeah. And actually go through the fake. A good fake is worth 2 blocks, they say, or more. And so this offense looks different already.
4 minutes in, and y'all didn't mention a fullback. Not one time we saw a fullback out there, man.
It's not its own segment later?
No,
Oh, man.
We're covering it right now, man. Oots was out there. That's what I like the most about this offense, too, is that, man, a fullback holds linebackers accountable, right? You got to come in and fill that gap and meet big old Freddie Oots, or Robbie. Well, I always call him Freddie. Robbie Oots in the middle of the A, the B, or whatever gap it was. And on that big Halani run, that's exactly what happened. You occupy that linebacker. You allow Halani to kind of read. He bounces outside, and he goes. All right, we talked about the offense. What about the defense? What'd you see there?
I threw it at those guys. You didn't throw a name,
I thought Paul was going to run with it. The thing I like about defense is that, and this, as I was driving in, I was thinking about it, is that people seem to be owning what their role is. Like, everyone can't be the starter, but you can't have the performance drop off either. When you're the backup. And I felt like there was some guys that were obviously not going to be the starting guys, but were going to be in a rotation. And the effort that they played with, the intensity that they played with, it didn't seem like last year you'd be like, there's 3 guys in one gap. Even with the backups, everyone seemed to be assignment pretty strong with it. And so I like how fast guys were playing. And so to me, that was one of the biggest things. To me, that's a buy-in kind of a thing, right, more than it is like a technique or scheme kind of a thing.
I saw a secondary that doesn't mind hitting. A couple times they came downhill, and you had Ashton Genty early in the game, big hit on him, and then you had a big running back for the Raiders, Zamir White, and D'Anthony Bell came in and just stood him straight in his tracks. And he's not the biggest safety in the world. I think he's a little guy, and and Zamir White is a big running back, was able just to lay the wood, I guess, and that's huge, I think, for this team and stopping the run. I thought the 2 defenses, one, Raiders couldn't stop the Seahawks run game, right? But then when you went to the other side of the ball, I thought that the defensive line had all kinds of pressure in the backfield and were able to stop this Raiders run game initially, and especially in the first half sample size that I'm taking this with.
Yeah, I just think we're light years. You're going to hear that a couple times. We're ahead of where we were last year, particularly in the secondary. Pattern recognition. You go back to the Pritchard interception. It looks like it's a 3-deep zone. It's not. It completely fools the corner. Earlier in the game, they had one where they were trying to clear out our nickel, and he started to run with it. He felt the crossing route. So their understanding in the zone concepts is so good. So, and they should be, right? We got most of our guys back. You've got now a full year of a coach. They should be ahead of where they were last year.
They are looking good. Say 12s, it's time to score big and support a great cause. Get in on the action with the Seahawks 50/50 raffle presented by Starbucks. Visit Seahawks.com/community to learn more. Lots more to do when we come back, man. We got some QB tiers out there, and we got some blatant Seahawk QB disrespect. That's coming up next. We're getting ready for kickoff between Seattle and Kansas City.
With Quantum Fiber Internet, you can get multi-gig speed on a reliable fiber network. Stream, post, game, and surf to your heart's content. You do you. Let Quantum Fiber Internet take care of the rest. Learn more at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service, and speed in select locations only.
At Care Partners Senior Living, we believe in providing quality care at an affordable price. Instead of spending on luxury and expensive art, we invest in our people and accommodations with a focus on compassionate overall health. Our communities offer independent, assisted living, and memory care designed to preserve dignity, independence, in your estate. Affordable, personal, trusted. That's our promise. Please give us a call. We have beautiful Care Partners communities throughout Washington and Arizona. Visit carepartnersliving.com.
WSECU is proud to be one of Washington's best credit unions. As a cooperative, we're member-owned and love our great state as much as you do. From the Pacific Coast to the rolling hills of the Palouse, we make each other stronger every day. So let's join forces. Let's level the playing field. Let's give back and swing for the fences. Stop by, say hi. We are WSECU. Let's credit union.
Looking for Seahawks tickets? Sign up for text notifications to receive alerts about last-minute ticket availability and offers. Simply text the word Seahawks to 71211. Go Hawks!
Hey, college students, Safeway is giving you 5% off. That's right. Junior colleges, tech schools, universities, just verify your student ID in the app, unlock exclusive deals, and shop on the app or in person. Better yet, subscribe to Fresh Pass to get free delivery and other special offers. Remember, if you use EBT, Fresh Pass is 50% off and you get savings on fresh produce. For all the details, visit Safeway.com/4U. That's Safeway.com/FOR and the letter U.
This is the Seahawks pregame show, week 2 of the preseason. I'm Michael Bumpus with the squad, Brian Walters, Ray Roberts, and Paul Moyer. Now, every year, Mike Sando, a friend of the show, puts together a list. He works for the Athletics, and he ranks quarterbacks. And the new QB1 for the Seahawks, Sam Darnold, who's coming off the best year of his career, threw for 4,000 yards, 35 touchdowns. He came in ranked at number 21, and that is a third-tier quarterback. Here's what that means. A Tier 3 quarterback is a legitimate starter but needs a heavier running game and or defensive component to win. A lower volume of drop-back passing offense suits him the best. And there's a reason why we should believe that Sam Darnold is going to have success in this offense, and Paul Moyer is going to tell us why.
Well, I think the Seahawks did their homework on the quarterback that they wanted, and with the type of offense they want to run. And they mentioned, hey, you need a great running game. Well, we're going to have a really good running game this year. I believe that, and we're going to have a lot of good running backs to achieve that. But the other one is, look, we're going to play action. We're going to bootleg. You go look at last year, and I'm going to read Geno Smith first. So Geno Smith last year, play action, 18% of the passes. That's not a lot. For a team that says, hey, we're going to run it, and we want to get the linebackers up on the line of scrimmage. With that, Geno last year, of the play actions, he had 3 touchdowns and 2 interceptions. Not great. He averaged 6.4 yards per attempt. We're going to play action. So let me pull Sam Darnold for you. Last year, they did about 29% of their passes were play action. He averaged 10.1 yards per attempt. He completed 71% of his passes, and he had 16 touchdowns and 3 interceptions versus 3 and 2. So that's one. All right, now how about under pressure? Because, look, at the end of the day, you got to make plays, right? Right. When you're under pressure, well, let me go with under pressure. Last year, Geno Smith, when under pressure, averaged 6.5 yards per attempt, 7 touchdowns, 13 interceptions. Sam, under pressure, was, 13 touchdowns, 5 interceptions. Now, his percentage wasn't as high, but again, he's not putting the ball in harm's way. Here's another one. I heard Mike McDonald talked about how hard it is to pressure Sam Darnold in practice because he gets rid of the ball so quickly. Last year, not that it was bad, but when blitz, Geno Smith, 6 touchdowns, 6 interceptions, completed 71% of his passes for 8 yards per attempt. When blitz, Sam Darnold last year averaged 9.5 yards per attempt, 12 touchdowns, not one interception when they're blitzing him. So under pressure, when he's blitzed, hard to do. I mean, Mike Don talks about in practice. And then play action, if you believe it, if we're going to be a 30% play action bootleg kind of guy or team, I mean, his numbers jump. Now, no pressure and just sitting in the pocket and winging it all over the place, maybe he's not a top tier. But the stuff that we're trying to do to be successful offensively, he's proven it. And so he's got to do it again this year, but it was pretty good last year.
Y'all gonna follow that up? My man did some homework.
I felt like, like when you go to church, Mike, and they preach and you got the dude on the organ going, every time. I felt like I needed to do that. And then he said it. Like, it's like he was preaching, bro.
But Paul, where should he be on this list? That's what I want to know. Where do you think he should be?
That's a tough one. Because, look, I think the top tier people, they've proven it, right? I mean, again, the very, very top people, no one's going to argue with that. No. I think what we're arguing is the tier 3. Because you got Geno Smith 1 spot ahead of him.
2 spots.
Isn't he?
Oh, no, tied for 20.
Tied for 20.
Yeah.
I'm like, look, I think Geno is they're either one of them are top tier. I don't, because that's some tough competition when you're looking at, the guy we're playing tonight, Josh Allen, and, there's some names there. But they're tier 2 for sure. I get why they might put Sam at tier 3 just because go and do it again. Yep. But they are putting way too much emphasis on Minnesota's offensive line last year. I went and watched today. I went and watched them against Atlanta and versus us. man, they didn't protect well.
Right.
I mean, there was a jailbreak at times, and he took 48 sacks last year. He can't do that.
Third most or fourth most, I think, sack quarterback.
A lot of them were in the last game, too. I think he had 8 or 9. But my point is, it wasn't like he was standing there, patting the ball all day, and I've got all these great wide receivers, which he does. We got capable wide receivers, too. I think if we protect well with him, with the stuff that we're doing, he's a top-tier 2 quarterback.
Yeah, I think that too, like his comfort level with the coaching. I think if you're coming in with a totally complete different offense and dudes that you didn't know and you were trying to get to know them and they're trying to get to know you, I think it could maybe there were some bigger bumps in the road. But having some familiarity with this staff and had some success with them, felt good about them and all that kind of stuff, I think that also will play out in itself. And then, like Paul was saying, the play action game. With the play action, they say that it can work even if the running game isn't that great. But if you have a halfway decent running game, it makes it all the better. Because like Paul said, when you stick the ball out there and you're in that outside zone, you can see the football. And they're stretching it way out there, so the linebackers have to honor that. And then at the last minute, you pull up, you've moved the pocket, you've bought time for the offensive line, and then you've bought time for those deeper routes or for guys to get open down the field. And then I think you'll have some success that way.
I want to question this list a little more. That's what I want to do. I'm looking
let's
at this.
do it.
I mean, Dak Prescott is up there in tier 2. What? That's all I can say to that. What? There's not much analysis going on, but what?
You don't think he's tier 2?
No, I don't think he's tier 2. You've seen how the Cowboys have been, the seasons he's had. He's been injured a lot of the time. No, I don't think he deserves.
He's a regular season champion of the world.
Regular season champion of the world. Then I go to the explanation of tier 3 quarterback. Needs a heavier run game and or defensive component to win.
Who doesn't?
Everybody needs that. Like, what are you talking? Jalen Hurts without a run game. What does he do in Philadelphia? What does he do without a good defense in Philadelphia? Now, is he a good quarterback? Absolutely. But you need all that. So that explanation to me is kind of throwing me off. But Paul, I think you hit it on the head. And it's kind of why I asked too. Is all these guys behind Sam Darnold or in that same tier are kind of guys that need to do it again. They need to prove it, or they're old washed-up guys. Yeah. You got Aaron Rodgers in the same tier as Sam Darnold, and Joe Flacco, thankfully, is below him, but Kirk Cousins is in that tier. So a lot of just kind of older guys that have been around or guys that need to do it again, and a lot of rookies last season going into year 2 with Drake May, Cameron Williams, all those guys. So I'm not a big fan of this kind of list right now, looking at the names, but I do understand where the question marks would be with Sam Darnold and what you need to see from him in just a different team. I think having Justin Jefferson is probably hurting Sam Darnold in this, because a lot of times you can look back and just say, well, you can just throw it up to him when in trouble. And so this will be. Look, I have no doubt about Sam Darnold this year. I think he's the perfect fit for this scheme, what he can do, his athleticism. You get drafted into a tough deal with New York, and we've all seen quarterbacks fail that. So this is just a good reset here again for Sam. He showed what he could do last year in Minnesota, and I think let's check on this list halfway through the season
that's why I went middle of the year, end of the year.
And
I think the other thing, more than anything, the Seahawks know Sam's weaknesses and strengths. They're not going to put him. Look, if he has to throw it 50 times, sure. But where I saw him struggle a little bit last year is if there was like max coverage and he couldn't find anybody, and then he let the pocket start closing in on him. He's got to do a better job than that. But I really believe they know his strengths, and they're going to keep him out of those type of situations and say, this is where the ball's got to go, and it got to go now.
I'm about to mess y'all up. I think this list is accurate. I believe in it 100%.
And he gets the last word, too.
And I get the last word. Let's get out of here. All right, when we come back, the voice of the Seahawks, Steve Vrabel and Dave Wyman, with a special guest, will join us here on set. That's next on the Columbia Bank Radio Network.
Blue 88, every day at 7:45 on Brock and Salk.
Sam Darnold came into camp a little lighter this year. How come?
He's tried to get leaner and faster than he's been in his career, because there's going to be a bunch of movement. If you really think about it, the area on the field where there is the biggest tilt in athleticism between foes, it's on the offensive line, and in particular tackles versus the Myles Garretts of the world.
Blue 88 on Brock and Salk. Get the podcast on the Seattle Sports app.
Hey, it's your boy Cliff Averill. Muckleshoot Casino Resort is the place where you can watch all the games in style. Football, basketball, hockey, college, or pro. They got it all. Muckleshoot Casino Resort is what you do. Please game responsibly.
Fresh food comes from local farms. Check the package. For the best for your family, choose locally fresh Wilcox Family Farms eggs. And for eggs with 3 times the omega-3, choose Wilcox Omega-3 eggs. Wilcox Family Farms, locally fresh since 1909.
Welcome to this week's Puget Sound Express Whale Report. According to naturalists from Puget Sound Express, more than a dozen different families of Biggs orcas have been in our area in the past week. Of particular interest is the T109A pod, which is one of the largest families seen in our waters with 11 individuals. The T109As have a missing 12th member. The youngster, known as Brave Little Hunter, who was stranded in a lagoon in Vancouver Island for a month in 2024. No one has seen her this year, but whale watchers remain hopeful. Family-run Puget Sound Express offers daily guaranteed whale-watching tours departing from Edmonds. These half-day tours are Seattle's most popular and well-reviewed whale tours. Biggs orcas, humpback whales, and minke whales are currently being seen in the Salish Sea. Don't miss out on your chance to see whales in the wild. Family-run Puget Sound Express guarantees you'll see whales or your next trip is absolutely free. Book online at PugetSoundExpress.com.
Olympic Hot Tub has terrific ways to achieve total wellness at home. Saltwater hot tubs, swim spas, saunas, and cold plunges, all waiting for you. You'll be saying, ah, in no time. OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
Hi, I'm Justin Shirley. Is your siding ready for the wet season? Call 866-ROOF-ROOF for James Hardy Siding. State roofing and exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
State roofing, the best roof you'll ever need.
David, honey, this is your Seahawks intervention.
I don't have a problem.
David, you painted the entire house action green.
So?
You wanted to name our daughter the 12s. Listen, download the Fuel Forward app. Every 8+ gallon fill up at 76 and Conoco stations gives you a chance to win a VIP game day experience.
I can fuel my car and my Seahawks obsession.
In moderation, David. In moderation. Terms and conditions apply. See official rules at 76.com/Seahawks-rules.
KIRO 710 AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD1 and HD2 Tacoma, Seattle. The home of the Seahawks.
We are getting ready for week 2 of the preseason. And like always, we are joined by Raves and Wyman. And now we got a special guest, my man, Adam Ray, actor, comedian, YouTuber, went to SC when Pete Carroll was there. His Dr. Phil impersonation is on point. You can catch him on IG, Twitter, everywhere. My man's everywhere. How we doing today, fellas?
Feel great. Fired up. First-time caller, long-time listener. Bump and I go to the same curves. Workout center, but no, feeling good, man. The energy at Lumen is insane. It feels like playoff atmosphere already. I'm fired up.
What was your? Go ahead, B-Ray.
No, I just want. He has like the throwback starter jacket on. Is this like the original throwback starter?
Yeah, this is a shout out to Simply Seattle. I think they're in the house. They provide me with all my my Seahawks apparel. They even got me a patented Steve Rabel, I think thong. I'm not wearing it tonight, but I will.
Say Holy Catfish?
It does. It says Holy Catfish right on the back.
And the reason you're not wearing it is because I am.
We'll be right back.
All right, I'm going to go home now. I actually think my wife just turned the radio on.
Or off.
That just ruined my night. Oh, man. Me too, actually.
Oh my goodness, I'm rattled here. Hey, Adam, I want to ask you something.
Yeah.
How are you going to balance being in the booth? I know you got some jokes to throw out there. I know you got some football wisdom of your own. How are you going to balance that?
Well, so, I'm a giant sports fan. I played, football, soccer. I quit soccer to play football after I scored on my own team, and my best friend's dad called me a stupid idiot on the drive home. And that was a wrap for me in soccer. And then I played football, and but then I decided that a 6-foot, Jewish kid was probably not going to make it, so transferred into acting. But, I'm going to try to not step on the toes. I got some catchphrases. That's kind of my main goal of tonight, is to get my own Holy Catfish. I've got, here's one. I'll try it out right here and see how the fans dig it. If somebody scores a touchdown, let's say it's a Sammy D, special, runs it in QB sneak style, I'm going to go, somebody open the kitchen back up because it's a touchdown salad.
Yeah.
Great. Okay, great. So, no. You know what? This is not the place. You guys are not the people to try out a catchphrase on. Clearly, it's too early. You're not drunk enough. Get those beers flowing.
Wyman, you've got me paying attention to O'Connell And I was standing next to Raves during the practice too, and you mentioned Patrick O'Connell as well. What have you guys seen from this young man?
Yeah, he looks he's much faster than I thought he was, and I feel a lot better watching him play. Just, every time I see him, he does something new, whether it's beating a block on one-on-one pass rush or coverage or just being able. The thing we say about Tyrese Knight is that he's able to sift through the blockers and find the ball. And Patio has some of that. That's what Mike McDonald. He has lots of little nicknames, by the way, for different guys. But he threw that in there the other day. I'm like, wait, who are you talking about? It's Patrick O'Connell. But yeah, he looks really good. I think he's quick, and I feel better about the depth at inside backer now. Whereas going into camp, I thought that was one of the places where they probably needed to add some depth.
Well, can I ask Dave one more defense? Yeah. Like, the defense finished really strong last year. They went through the first half of the season trying to figure dudes out and roles and assignments and all that stuff. Finished really strong. What is the evolution of how the season ended and to how you think it should start this year?
Yeah, I think they should hit the ground running. If you look at the last 8 games, it was kind of weird. The first 3 games, they were holding teams. It was Miami, New England, and Denver, and I think it was 14 points and 200 yards, which that'll make you number 1 in any universe. But the next 6 or 8 after that were terrible. So that last, I guess it was the last 8. They were either number 1 or number 2 in scoring and yards. So they just came together. And look, you should have heard Aiden Dirty yesterday was just gushing about Ernest Jones and the arrival of him. And we just know he's going to make a tackle. And, and that's what he does. And we had him on our show actually, and on Wyman and Bob, and I asked him, would you rather have a pick or a sack or what? And he's like, I like making tackles. So, I think, and I don't want to say it's just him, but, he made the rest of that defense kind of come together.
As AD told us yesterday, he said he made life a whole lot easier for guys like Leo up front. Now Leo could cut loose and make some plays on his own, which he did as the season went on, and you just watch that defense get better and better.
Yeah. Sounds like we might see QB1 today. What do you expect?
I think we're going to. I don't know that for a fact. I'm maybe the second to last person behind Adam Ray who's going to get told whether or not starters are going to play.
Yeah, I texted Sam Darnold last night. I texted him good night, sweet dreams, and he texted back, delete my number. But after that, I showed up at his house this morning, and he said I'm feeling good about showing the world what I got. So I think we're gonna see him.
Did he call the police, by the way, because
the police were already there? They've been tracking me since the 8th grade.
I thought you were doing the little TikTok thing where dudes are calling their buddies and saying,
"Oh yeah,
good night." Honest to God, I thought about doing that a couple times.
You got it.
Bump and just hey, bump. Good night.
I would have said good night back, man. All right, man. Have a good one.
Test of friendship. Have a good one.
Have a good one.
Raves, Dave, you guys are going to have fun today in the booth. This is going to be
gonna be a blast. I'm just hoping to get a word in edgewise. But and a good game makes it fun. And let's face it, we're fine. We're seeing a team here. We haven't talked at all about KC, and we're going to see some of their starters. I don't know if we see Mahomes. We probably don't see Kelsey. But this is a team that has been the pinnacle of this league, champions for 3 times, and played in the Super Bowl 5 times in the last 6 years. I mean, they're pretty good. And not that they're going to show a lot, but it's just a nice way to sort of gauge yourself going against a team like the Chiefs, even though you're going to try to keep it vanilla. You want to go out there, if you're one of the players, you want to go out there and show well.
What are you going to be looking for, Adam, tonight?
Ray, what did they tell you about touching me, man? Yeah. But you guys, you don't know your own strength.
I'm still a big dude.
Even a gentle pat, I almost crowd surfed into the booth. Yeah. I'm going to be looking for, I've been out of camp the last few days, and this defense is top 5, maybe top 3 in my eyes. I know we haven't gotten out into the regular season yet, but Mike McDonald told me that he ended practice a little bit early 2 days ago because he saw enough, and he's just fired up. We're fast, we're agile, we're real physical, and he said the right amount of confidence is bubbling through these young guys' veins. And I'm looking for, I know it's only the second game, and you guys as former players can speak to this better, but I don't know how much you're really trying to show in a second preseason game. How much does the crowd actually, rise up your emotions and make you want to go harder?
Well, I know the rookies, especially the young guys last week, talked about how everything was just ratcheted up when they got out there in front of the fans here at home. And that's great. That's what you want. You also don't want it to push you past the point of, I just forgot all of my assignments because everything is so exciting. So they want to. The coaches want to see what that looks like on film. Just go out there and do your best, right? You always talk about just put it on film so everybody can see it. If it's not here, it'll be someplace else.
Yeah, that's the cool thing about this, and it's kind of sad every year I bring it up. I'm like, there's going to be like 5 to 10 guys on the field tonight that are going to tell their grandkids, 50 years from now, I had a shot at the NFL, didn't make it, I made it through the second cut or whatever, and then you're going to see, some of the heroes that come. Remember Troymaine Pope? Keep bringing him up. Remember a few years ago, he had a great preseason. I think he had somewhat of a career, but that's where you're going to see. I always think of Rufus Porter.
Oh yeah,
Rufus Porter made the team because he ran down on kickoffs faster than anybody, and he ended up being a special team Pro Bowler. So that's the cool thing, and I know a lot of people want to see the starters, but I think it's the story of a guy that's an underdog making the team. I think is really cool.
All right, Adam, you got the last word, man. What are you expecting? What do you expect to be in the booth with these guys? Just give me something.
Well, first of all, Steve Rabel and Dave Wyman are living legends. If we can please give it up real quick for a couple of living goats standing right next to me. One smells better than the other. I'll let you decide. I'll be posting a trivia true or false later. No, I'm looking for, I guess everything that I've heard Mike and John talk about the last few days. Just this group being all on the same page, being unified. Mike having a full season under his belt, I think, is huge and not talked about enough. And I will be yelping about those notes for these guys because of that. But I'm looking for, everyone to kind of see what they haven't been talking about. Sam Darnold was telling me the other day, he goes, I like that no one's talking about us, that we're flying under the radar.
Yeah.
He goes, it's not like it's added pressure or expectations. He goes, but it's more fun when you kind of get to surpass expectations. So I think it's going to be a fun year, and I think we're going to see a lot to talk about tonight.
All right, you guys make sure you tune in. Going to have Adam Ray in the booth with the legends themselves, and you guys call a good one, all right?
Thanks, guys.
All right, when we come back, we'll get our pregame hit from Jen Mueller. That is next. We're counting down the kickoff between the Hawks and the Chiefs.
Hey, college students, get 5% off at Safeway with your student ID in the app. With Fresh Pass, save on produce and enjoy free delivery. EBT users get additional savings. Visit Safeway.com/4U. That's FOR and the letter U.
Well, I'm here with my good buddy, Dr. Dan Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. And you've heard from Dr. Dan's patients over the years how a simple stem cell procedure has successfully conquered their pain. Well, folks, now it's my turn. After years of dealing with knee pain from all the football abuse, I can say my knee pain now is almost 100% gone. How'd you do it, Dr. Dan?
Well, Brock, personally, I'm very happy that you did so well. And your story is like so many of our other patients who come in, former athletes and non-athletes as well, who have come in with chronic knee pain, and they are looking for alternatives besides knee replacement surgery. And we're happy to provide this service. It's been truly a game changer for so many folks. It's just been a pleasure to be part of this.
Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. I was in and out with a couple of follow-ups. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit DanielNelsonMD.com. That's DanielNelsonMD.com.
I started Davis Law Group in 1994 to fight for the underdog. And as our team has grown, we've stayed true to that mission. Today, Davis Law Group is known for providing excellent service and even better results. Visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com to get your free book on car accident law.
Many retirees are enjoying the summer weather, but not enjoying the high cost of living. We're here with our friend Steve Teitler of Best Mortgage, who says a reverse mortgage may provide some stress relief.
If you're struggling with your mortgage payments or other bills, or maybe you just like some extra money, a reverse mortgage allows you to tap your home equity for tax-free cash. You've worked hard to build up that equity in your home. Now let it work for you. And best of all, you'll have no mortgage payments the rest of your life.
But as you always say, a reverse mortgage is not for everyone.
That's right. Avoid the high-pressure sales pitch from those out-of-state call centers. I give you a consultation, not a sales pitch. I'll tell you if a reverse mortgage is right for you, and I always tell you if it's not.
Honest advice you can trust from the reverse mortgage experts. Best Mortgage, the VA loan experts and debt consolidation specialists too. 425-649-6000. Best Mortgage, 425-649-6000.
Week 2 of the preseason is here on Michael Bumpus with the squad. And to hear about who we may see and may not see tonight, let's head out to the field for this report brought to you by Carpenter and Zuckerman Accident Attorneys, proud partner of the Seahawks. For that, we welcome in Jen Mueller. Jen, I want to ask you about your concert in Kirkland last night, but we're here for football, so let's do that instead.
You know, how did you put that? It's the perfect midlife activity. Yes, I think that is exactly.
I was jealous. I wanted to be there.
I mean, it's exactly what we do. Yeah, sing to songs from the 90s and the 2000s. Songs that these guys on the field today aren't even going to know. Now, we do expect to see some of the starters play, just a couple of series today, but there are a handful that will not be seeing any action today, including DeMarcus Lawrence and Leonard Williams. When we met with Leo yesterday, he was hoping to get a chance to hit somebody other than his teammates at practice, but it doesn't look like that is going to be the case today. Jonathan Hankins and Riley Mills, they remain out. Also on defense, Shamar Jean-Charles is out. Josh Ross is out. The second-year player, Tyrese Knight, continues to deal with an injury. He is out. Jalen Gaines, he is the one that blocked the field goal last week, but then this week in practice, he suffered a hand injury. I did, however, see him running around on the field just a couple of minutes ago. And Tyreek Smith, he is not going to play today on defense. Your offensive players missing the game today, Kenneth Walker has been listed as a scratch, although I do see him out here going through his normal pregame routine, so no doubt they're just saving that ankle for the regular season. Chris Stoll, the long snapper, he remains out dealing with a back injury. Olu Oluwatimi, he sits. Charles Cross does too. Charles did return to practice this week and took part in some of those drills. Steven Sims, the wide receiver and returner, he will sit today as well. So there's more guys in action today than there were last week, but still a handful that we are not going to see until at least next week. But Bump, I suspect that some of those guys will make their debut week 1 of the regular season.
Sounds good. Thank you, Jen, for that report. All right, we'll have more from the Ticketmaster tailgate, including a discussion with our 12 flag raiser. That is next on the Columbia Bank Radio Network.
For Down Territory, going inside the game with former Cougs and Seahawks wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
The offensive line has to make the offense go.
Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
It's about stacking those days, stacking those weeks.
On Seattle Sports.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit muckleshootcasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot. If you want that summer body you've always dreamed of, then this message is for you, ladies, and you men too. Get rid of extra stubborn fat and address areas of loose skin around the waistline, chin, and under the upper arms with ProSculpt, the new one-day instant permanent fat removal and skin tightening treatment. Maybe you've tried the lasers, fat freezing methods, even those new pills, but without the desired results. ProSculpt is different. It's minimally invasive, performed while fully awake, gentle, yet powerful. Designed to target the waistline, chin, neck, arms, and thighs, ProSculpt uses FDA-cleared plasma technology to deliver immediate, permanent fat-reducing and skin-tightening results, all in just one visit. If you want that summer body this summer, then you must act now. Go to ProSculpt.com today to schedule your free consultation. Get $250 off. For instant, permanent fat reduction and skin tightening, visit ProSculpt.com.
Hey, it's Jason Rantz. Our local tax expert Greg Nunn wants taxpayers to know the IRS is now going after older cases very aggressively. If you received Form CP-504 from the IRS, do not ignore it. Be proactive and resolve your situation with Greg Nunn, N-U-N-N, None Better Tax Resolution.
Why is Mazda of Everett the #1 dealer on the West Coast? Mazda of Everett is locally owned and operated for 20 years. They work hard to get you their best deal every time and to make sure you drive away happy. With over 700 new Mazdas, they stock more than anyone in the Seattle area. Find out for yourself why people keep coming back to Mazda of Everett. Take advantage of the Mazda of Everett price during the More to Move You sales event. MazdaofEverett.com. Claims based on Mazda USA inventory and sales reports.
David, honey, this is your Seahawks intervention.
I don't have a problem.
David, you painted the entire house action green.
So?
You wanted to name our daughter the 12s. Listen, download the Fuel Forward app. Every 8+ gallon fill up at 76 and Conoco stations gives you a chance to win a VIP game day experience.
I can fuel my car and my Seahawks obsession?
In moderation, David. In moderation. Terms and conditions apply. See official rules at 76.com/Seahawks-rules.
KIRO 710 AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD1 and HD2 Tacoma, Seattle. The home of the Seahawks.
They're at the closed end of the stadium now where the fans can really make a lot of noise. Power formation, strong right. High formation backs. Craig looks over the defense, pitches to Warner. He takes off around the right side. He's at the 5. He's at the 1. Touchdown Seahawks on a run by Warner around the right side. So Seattle has gone back on top as they drove down the field 66 yards with a Craig DeLargent pass play eating up 40 of those yards, and Warner on a 2-yard run around the right side to put Seattle on top 23-20.
Our 12 flag raiser needs no introduction, but I'm going to give you one anyway, all right? 1,600 carries for 6,844 yards, 56 touchdowns, 193 receptions for 1,467 yards and 7 touchdowns, 4 1,000-yard seasons, 3-time Pro Bowler, 3rd pick in the 1983 NFL Draft out of Penn State. Give it up one time for Kurt Warner, please.
Thank you.
Kurt, I've been around the Seahawks too long and have not met you, man, so it is an honor to be up here with you and interview you, man.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
And Big Ray told me that he bought his first car from you. What was that like?
Well, it was an easy transaction. Ray didn't know the numbers very well, so we were able to, get him in a vehicle, make a lot of money off of him. But he was a great service client, so we're all good.
Awesome.
And I'm kidding about that.
Yeah, so we're with Kurt Warner, and my roommate since our rookie year. We were both came out in 1983, and what I was hoping the highlight they had, and you probably remember your first carry in the NFL.
Yes.
60
yards.
60 yards. Kansas City. I mean, look, if it wasn't for he had unfortunately second year had an injury. Yeah. Injuries slowed him down at the end, or you would have been in the Hall of Fame, I believe that, with Eric Dickerson, 2 guys that came out that year.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
One of the best ones. But, just your memories, man. I mean, look, it's been a while. You come here, but we haven't had you on stage. You walk by me every once in a while. But, just your memories and what the Seahawks have meant to you.
Well, first of all, the Seahawks, what a great organization. And I've got a chance to visit with Chuck Arnold and the crew over there in Renton, and they are just first class. The Seahawks are a first-class organization. I feel privileged to have an opportunity to come back here and visit and be a part of what's going on.
So Kurt, you went to Penn State.
Yes.
And so you come out here and live in, when I got here in '92, we lived in the same neighborhood.
Yes.
It's pretty cool to know that Kurt Warner was in my neighborhood. Every time I pulled in, his house was right there on the right. So, hey, there's Kurt. But you stayed around here. So you're down in the Vancouver area.
Vancouver, Washington area.
What kind of holds you to this neck of the country?
Well, it's I come from West by God, Virginia. And it can be a little slow there in West Virginia. Though I love West Virginia, love the people of West Virginia. It was just easier for me to stay out here. And I like the area, I like the people, and why not stay out here and be a part of the Great Northwest?
Yeah, and you've been around this team lately, especially with the 50th anniversary coming up. Like, what's your feel of this team and this organization as it stands today?
There's a lot of new guys on the team, so I'm not exactly sure. It sounds like they're young, they're energetic, and they can stay focused, and they can get the job done. So it's going to be interesting with regards to who they are and what they do. But it's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting, and I think they'll come out ahead when it's all said and done.
Well, Big Ray said he used to live by you. I actually lived with you for a while until your old girlfriend kicked me out of the house, said you need to get your own place. Because he had a nice place down on Kirkland overlooking the water.
My wife is over there, so let's keep that story.
Old girlfriend. Never liked that one.
Just forget what he just said, honey. You didn't hear a word he said.
Oh, I know.
About the latter part of it.
You did well, but this is the 50th season. They had the top 50 players voted by the fans. No, there's no question you're one of them. Again, I think you're the best running back in Seahawk history. But what does that mean? What does that mean to you?
What a great privilege. It's an honor and a privilege to be a part of the Seahawk organization. When we came out here, I had no idea what to expect. From what I was viewing from afar, because I was back east, I wasn't really that impressed with the Seattle Seahawks, but they ended up bringing a guy out here by the name of Chuck Knox. And Chuck liked to run the football.
There you go.
And we got along quite well. So there you have it.
Yeah, we traded to get up to you because at that time, John Elway was coming out. Everybody knew he was going to be the number one pick. Number two was kind of between Eric Dickerson and Kurt. The Seahawks ground Chuck. He wanted a running back. And I don't know, did we trade a first?
You traded a few players for to get me on the third pick.
I love the way
felt the pressure. I felt that pressure.
Kurt's chest got a little bit bigger. Yeah, they got rid of a few.
So let me a little background because you're from West Virginia. I visited your hometown of West Virginia. He and I were there for about 10 days.
All right, Paul. Let's
good story. Good story. But no, you came from a very small city, school, and now you go to Penn State where they used to do Warner. I mean, the whole place, 100,000 people, chanting his name. Yeah. But you come here to the Northwest, and you become a celebrity. I mean, just what's that like going from the East Coast?
I have no idea. I have no idea what it is to be called a celebrity. So I don't go down that road. I don't think about it. It was a great run. I played with some great football players, including a guy by the name of Paul Moyer.
Hey.
Steve Largent, Dave Craig, and Jacob Green. I mean, just a phenomenal group of guys to play football with, and it was absolutely just a lot of fun. We have great memories, and when we see each other, we remind each other of just how great we were when we talk about ourselves and so on and so forth. But it is always just a pleasure to just hang out with the guys. I thoroughly enjoy it. I miss it. I miss not hanging out with the guys.
We miss
Well, let me ask you this. For a while, they were trying to de-emphasize the running back in the NFL.
I know,
But it seems like Saquon Barkley and a couple other guys.
Penn Stater,
there you go.
Yeah.
They kind of brought the energy and the importance back to that position over the last couple of years. What do you have to think about?
The game has changed. This is a quarterback-driven league. And why not? I mean, you're putting up points on the board. It's exciting. And you got these receivers who are going down the field and making these great catches. And then now, what do you do as a running back? You watch. You may get to run the football every so often. But one thing is true about the NFL. It's a league of copycats, number one. And number two, at some point, they're going to get back to running the football again.
Yeah.
At some point. I don't know when, I don't know how, I don't know where, but somebody's going to win the Super Bowl again, like like Philadelphia, and it's going to start all over again. But until then, we'll continue to watch them throw the football down the field.
Well, hopefully they get back to running the ball like week one of this year and hand the football off. Running backs have a big responsibility. I'm a firm believer. Now, I'm a receiver, but I love the run game. And you guys set the tone. You guys set the tempo, the run game. You bring the physicality to it. Is that the way you would describe your running style back in the day?
What Chuck told me, Chuck Knox said three things or so. He says, hey, number one, the ball ain't heavy. Ball ain't heavy. Like the football's not heavy, so you're going to run it. Or run where the ain't. And run the daylight. And those were my instructions, basically, from Chuck Knox. So, the concept was once you call the play, you run the play, but they gave me the ability to choose what I was going to do. So once I hit to the line of scrimmage, or I was approaching the line of scrimmage, then all bets were off. I could go right, I could go left, I could go up the middle. So I enjoyed that creativity part of it. once the play is called, I get the football, then I can kind of do whatever I want to do. And that was kind of the Chuck Knox thing. So, and it worked well for me.
It worked out.
Well, he was electric. I mean, if you ever want to go watch a great highlight reel, go watch his. Again, what crushed us, we had a great team in '84, first game of the season. Man.
I know.
That was a tough rehab, because back then when you tore the knee ligaments, that took time.
Frankly, Dr. Scranton came into my hospital room after he did the surgery, and I specifically remember him saying to me, "Hey, I fixed your knee. The rest is up to you. What are you gonna do?" And obviously I didn't say much, other than just, I kind of stared at him and looked at him, but I didn't say much because I was mad. I mean, I was down, not going to play, not sure where my career is, not sure what it's going to look like, not sure if I'm going to ever play again. But I had some great trainers, had a lot of support from my teammates, and I was able to get back out on the football field again.
You worked your butt off in the offseason. So now, that was tough. Now you got 4 kids and a couple of grandbabies now.
That's
so
right.
Talk about and honor your sweet wife and your children. Talk about what you're doing now.
We've been married 35 years.
Hey. Congrats.
And she is the key to having a successful marriage is say yes. Learn how to say yes.
Say yes often.
Learn how to say yes. Don't argue with her. She never lies. She's always, telling me what to do. Although I may not agree with it all the time, but she's usually right most of the time. And I just keep my mouth shut for the most part. But the grandbabies, I love the grandbabies because you can spoil them and then give them back to the
right
kids.
back.
That's the beauty of it. And they are so much fun. So, and we spoil them rotten, and then we give them back to Jonathan, our son, and Amy, our daughter-in-law. So it works quite well for us.
Awesome. Well, Kurt, man, I'll say it again. It's an honor to meet you. These
Likewise.
two speak highly of you.
Well, thank you.
And we appreciate your time, man. You got it one more time for Kurt Warner.
Thank you.
Our interview with today's 12 Flag Raisers presented by the Muckleshoot Indian Tribe. Our Seattle heritage runs deep. Good to great or great to all pro. Who will make that jump? We'll let you know next week. Counting down the kickoff between Seattle and KC.
With Quantum Fiber Internet, you can get multi-gig speed on a reliable fiber network. Stream, post, game, and surf to your heart's content. You do you. Let Quantum Fiber Internet take care of the rest. Learn more at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service, and speed in select locations only.
Looking for high-quality assisted living that won't drain your life savings? At Care Partners Living, we offer compassionate care at a price that helps stretch and preserve your estate. No unnecessary luxury, just the support you need with dignity and heart. And if you ever need to convert to Medicaid, you don't have to move. With communities across Washington and Arizona, including new locations in Port Orchard, Sumner, Mercer Island, and North Creek Bothell, there's a Care Partners community near you. Care Partners Living, compassionate care and peace of mind. Visit carepartnersliving.com.
WSECU is proud to be one of Washington's best credit unions. As a cooperative, we're member-owned and love our great state as much as you do. From the Pacific Coast to the rolling hills of the Palouse, we make each other stronger every day. So let's join forces. Let's level the playing field. Let's give back and swing for the fences. Stop by, say hi. We're WSECU. Let's credit union.
If you've been considering upgrading your siding, now is the perfect time. Hi, I'm Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. In the Pacific Northwest, moisture is the enemy. Old failing siding leads to hidden water damage, rot, and mold. State Roofing and Exteriors is a James Hardy preferred contractor with over 55 years of siding expertise. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com to schedule your siding inspection today. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
State Roofing, the best roof you'll ever need.
Step into Seahawks game day at the Pro Shop, where the roar of the 12s begins. And official Seahawks gear is always within reach.
Touchdown, Seahawks!
This is the Pro Shop. Visit the official store of the Seattle Seahawks, located at Lumen Field and the Landing in Renton.
We were just joined by Kurt Warner, the legend. I'm Michael Bumpus with the squad. We got Big Ray. We got Paul Moyer. Now, we touched on it last week, but there may be some people ready to take a big leap in 2025. A couple names that come into mind. We got JSN. He took a tremendous leap his rookie season from 2023 to 2024. In 2023, 63 receptions, 628 yards, and 4 touchdowns. In 2024, 100 receptions, 1,130 yards, and 6 touchdowns. But according to JSN, he is just scraping the surface and expects big things in year 3. Here's a cut.
Every year that I play football, high school, college, that year 3 is, a role that, I get excited for because, I know the offense, I know the DNA in the building, and I'm willing, I can put that on the field and guys can follow it, and I can, be a leader by example. So I love that role, and I'm just super excited about this year.
Now, he also thinks we will see improvement in every aspect of his game.
I think you'll see, everything be better. Time will tell. You'll see, I think, my route running, catching, it'll all, just level up. That's kind of what I'll work on. There are specific things that, I definitely try to detail my work on, but I think overall, as a person just watching my game, you'll just see me take it to the next level.
It's all about growth, man. And he's changed his body a bit. He looks a bit more mature. I've watched him out there running routes. He looks sharp. He looks great. What should we expect from JSN, Big Ray?
The thing I like that he's talking about is like his self-awareness. Like he kind of understands his process. And sometimes when you're a player or just a person in general, if you don't really know who you are, it's kind of hard to find the opportunities to grow. And it sounds like he's been able to do that. And it just, to me, the first couple years, I don't think he really understood or had a grasp on where he fit in to in the room, in the offense, what they wanted him to do, how they were asking him to do it, what role he wanted to play in the slot, on the outside, running the little quick screens last year. There's a lot of different things, but like he said, it seems like year 3 is his magic year in high school, college, and now, where he feels like he's pretty secure in what he thinks they're asking him to do and what he's capable of doing.
Yeah, he's earned it. Look, to be in a room with Tyler Lockett, who's a legend and humble, but and then a personality like DK Metcalf, who had moved to the number 1. You've got to you got to take your time, right? You got to pay your dues, and he paid his dues, and he earned it. He earned it to become the number 1. Now this year, the offense is going to be hard. It won't be hard. He's going to have to earn it again because this offense, you got to go get open. Yeah. Right? And so everybody has a chance to get the football. I think he's a complete player because he can block. Mm-hmm. He's a leader. He's a hard worker. He's got great hands. Sometimes he doesn't look that fast, but he separates from people as well. Maybe he's not going to get DK type of separation on a go route, but he can separate when the ball's on the timing. So the go routes there for him, the corner routes, the crossing routes. I'm excited because I think he's ready for this. I think he's ready to be the leader in that, for sure, in that room, but I think also to be the leader in that offense. So, yeah, I'm really excited to see what we get from him.
I see him as my 15-year-old son. I was driving my truck the other day.
15?
And I look over. Let me finish my story, Paul. All right? And I look over to my right. And you guys have kids. When you see your kid, you're like, that's not a little boy anymore. Right. He's growing up. And that's what I see when I look at JSN, when I look at his route running, the way his body is, the way he's talking to the media. It's like he's ready for this moment. And I think he's going to ball out, especially with Cooper Kupp in the same room with him. He's got no choice but to grow. So, yeah, man, we'll be looking for that young man today if he gets some reps. All right. We got a lot more to do, man. I got Big Ray. We got Paul Moyer there. We're going to get to the John Schneider Report with Steve Rabel, man. It's about to go down. The 12s are here. And, yeah, we got more to do. All that is coming up next on the Columbia Bank Radio Network.
The G and Ursula Show.
There are topics that we bring up. Guns, climate change.
Weekdays 9 to noon.
And when you get to those topics, everybody's going to go crazy. People who feel
that they can't do anything.
Exactly.
Are you willing to drive any less than you do? Are
Hell
you willing to? Man, you didn't even hesitate. On
no,
other people
I'm not
to
getting
do
on public. I got to get to where I got to get to.
When I'm retired, I want to rely on public transit. I want to be the one that takes light rail.
No, you don't, Ursula. You don't want to be worried about walking down the street.
Watch live on YouTube and the KIRO Newsradio app.
Hey, it's your boy Cliff Averill. Marco Shoot Casino Resort is the place where you can watch all the games in style. Football, basketball, hockey, college, or pro. They got it all. Marco Shoot Casino Resort is what you do. Please game responsibly.
Feeling the heat? Cool off with Home Comfort Alliance. It's the final days of the warehouse clearance sale with savings up to 25% on brand new 2024 heat pumps and ACs while supplies last. And PSC customers, listen up. Add AeroSeal duct sealing for as little as $99. That's over $2,000 in savings. For heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs, trust Home Comfort Alliance. Go to homecomfortalliance.com and tell them John Curley sent you.
Well, I'm here with my good buddy, Dr. Dan Nelson from Eastside Pain and Regenerative Medicine. And you've heard from Dr. Dan's patients over the years how a simple stem cell procedure has successfully conquered their pain. Well, folks, now it's my turn. After years of dealing with knee pain from all the football abuse, I can say my knee pain now is almost 100% gone. How'd you do it, Dr. Dan?
Well, Brock, personally, I'm very happy that you did so well. And your story is like so many of our other patients who come in, former athletes and non-athletes as well, who have come in with chronic knee pain, and they are looking for alternatives besides knee replacement surgery. And we're happy to provide this service. It's been truly a game changer for so many folks. It's just been a pleasure to be part of this.
Consider Dr. Nelson, the only doctor with over 30 years of experience in pain medicine techniques, including stem cell therapy. I was in and out with a couple of follow-ups. It's a non-surgical solution to pain using your own stem cells. Consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Daniel Nelson, MD at 425-823-4000 or visit danielnelsonmd.com. That's danielnelsonmd.com.
Steve Rabel here, reminding you to trust locally owned Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington to tackle your project. Their selection of windows and doors can't be beat. Schedule a free consultation with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Go to PellaPNW.com.
We live for the jaw droppers.
Gets hit in the backfield and dropped. Guess who? Witherspoon.
The deep balls sent sky high.
Gonna throw right down the seam. Touchdown, Seahawks!
Big moments that throw you out of your seat.
And it's intercepted. Richard Sherman with a leaping interception.
Questioning the laws of physics and worthy of the celebration. Celebrating 50 seasons of Seahawks football. Visit Seahawks.com/tickets today.
KIRO 710 AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD1 and HD2 Tacoma, Seattle. The home of the Seahawks.
The Seahawks pregame show is brought to you by Lumen, the trusted network for AI. Beacon Plumbing. Stop freaking, call Beacon. And Virginia Mason Franciscan Health, the official medical services provider of the Seattle Seahawks. Once again, here's your host, Michael Bumpus.
Along with Big Ray Roberts and Paul Moya. Now, as we wait for John Schneider to hook up with Rabel, let's talk about these receivers, man. There's a battle going on in this camp. I mean, you look at the top three receivers we assume are going to be JSN, and I will continue that later because John is ready to go. Let's send it down to Steve Rabel.
He is, in fact, and we're all trying, Bump, to beat the rain here. We're going to do this interview, and we're all sprinting to the locker room as soon as this is over. Let me start, John. First of all, welcome. Thanks for joining us, as you always do.
Well, thanks for having me.
You're welcome. I'm going to start with this because I want to get it out of the way first. You got some starters playing tonight. How long can you hold your breath?
Yeah, exactly, right? You know, Mike and I were talking about this morning, and he's like, well, I think I'm going to do this, and I think I'm going to pull him here. And I'm like, you pull him whenever you want, man. Like, I get it. I used to do it with Pete all the time. I'm like, really? They got to play that long? You know? So, no, they need to work, right? But great week of practice. So, you know, be great for these guys to get out there and get a series or two. I don't know how long he's going to do it. He's going to do it by feel. So, a couple series under their belt maybe, and, hopefully move the ball and play some great defense.
And then you'll get a chance next week when you go to Green Bay to practice a little bit against the Packers before that preseason football game. Yeah. And the guys can bang each other around a little bit then too, right?
Yeah, we're not doing 2 days. We're doing the 1 day, which is great. The second day is always kind of a little bit of a clown show. So things can get out of hand and guys hurting each other and fighting a lot and all that. So we're going to do 1 day, and both coaching staffs do a great job of ironing out exactly what they want to get accomplished in the situational football, all the different periods. And so we'll have a really good day of work on Thursday, and then Friday kind of more meetings, not a ton of work, more walkthrough stuff, and then the game Saturday, and we'll get back here. And then, believe it or not, we're going to 53,
That happens quickly. So you had a week last week to look at some of these young guys for an extended period of time. What were your general thoughts after that game?
I was just really pleased with the way, the guys conducted themselves. I mean, it wasn't Wasn't a ton of penalties. We looked clean offensively. We looked clean defensively. The game ends in a tie, which is weird, but the film was great. Guys hustling the ball. Again, I talked about the clarity of the instruction and the teaching that's going on. I really believe that that's real, and the coming togetherness of the whole group. So, we had the 2 penalties, which Mike called it after the game, the cost of doing business, right? Pretty cool to see all the starters celebrating with Job and Pritch and those guys. So, yeah, just really pleased. Guys are flying around, making plays. Guys are playing hard. That's the one thing that stood out as a group, they all played very hard.
You mentioned one of the guys, Nehemiah Pritchett. O'Toole had some big plays defensively. Ivy had some big plays. Young guys keep stepping up, making some plays.
Yeah, we don't talk about the rookies
I
very
know we
often.
don't.
Yeah. We listen to these kind of shows on where other teams try to acquire guys. So,
Yes.
Yeah.
Just in general, those guys, along with a
very
lot
pleased.
of the young guys.
Very pleased with the young guys. Pritchett had a really nice camp. It's kind of cool to see him take the next step. O'Toole did have a very nice game. He's coming off, some injury stuff, and he's been banged up. So it was cool to see him do some good stuff. There's a whole bunch of young guys doing great stuff. Coach Hines and CP, those guys did a really nice job with the D-line, the outside linebackers. You've really been able to see those guys make progress throughout camp, and it showed up in the game, and then it showed up on we had a big practice on Tuesday, I believe. And, Tuesday was really hot. The guys battled their tails off, and, Mike was like, hey, guys, I think this is the best practice we've had in 2 years, and there's a lot of people contributing to that.
We had a chance yesterday to talk to Gray Zabel. First of all, he seems like a vet already. I mean, he's smart, he's well-spoken, all that, but he talked about the way this offense works. It's almost like a dream for an offensive lineman to play in this kind of system. Your thoughts on oh my goodness, we got us a Seahawk that's right on John's shoulder right now from Jordan Babineau. Just remember, these guys are carnivorous. Take a piece out of your arm. The way the offense has been going together and what you've seen out of the entire offensive line, the way they're adapting to this kind of outside zone scheme.
Well, we were really blessed to be around Coach Holmgren starting out. And then, the Bill Walsh system, this is truly, old school West Coast, more wide zone than Bill Walsh was and all that with Coach Shanahan, that influence. But, Gary Kubiak and Coop's dad and, Clint's doing a great job. And, those guys work their tails off. There's a lot of intent, with every drill they do, and they all watch film together. So they're all learning as a group, and they're installing as a group. And, the tight ends are hearing what the receivers are supposed to do, and the offensive linemen are hearing what the quarterback's supposed to do, and the receiver. So it's I'm excited because it gets back to like a legit system. And, just very pleased with that.
John, good luck tonight. The rain is starting to come down a little bit harder now. We'll let you get back inside.
Well, you're going to have a blast with Adam, right?
Yeah.
You got to keep it together, man. He's hilarious.
John, thanks so much. Good to see you.
Call a good one.
All right, we'll try. Guys, back to you.
Thanks, Raves. Hey, don't miss a single second of Seahawks game day. Sign up today to watch Seahawks games and more with NFL Plus. Watch live, local, and primetime games, NFL Network, and NFL Red Zone all in one place. Visit Seahawks.com/watch to sign up today. When we come back, we're going to finish this conversation about the wide-out battle. That's coming up next. We're counting down the kickoff between Seattle and KC.
Hi, Seahawks fans. This is Steve Rabel for Virginia Mason Franciscan Health. Lung cancer is one of the most deadly cancers in the U.S. and can affect anyone. However, there are certain factors like smoking or family history that raise your risk. If you think you might be at risk and are over 55, you could be eligible for lung cancer screening. At Virginia Mason Franciscan Health, you'll have access to lung cancer experts who specialize in diagnosis, treatment, and follow-up care. Find a doctor and schedule an online appointment today at vmfh.org/Seahawks.
For the Seahawks, growth is a team effort. Coaches maximize your performance. Teammates push your limits. But in business, who's there to help you grow? Lumen, that's who. Like saving game day broadcasts from lag time, connecting 60,000 plus live fans at the stadium, delivering benefits of the cloud for your network, secure as a defensive line, legendary as the fans that cheer them on. Welcome to the on-demand network that meets your demands. Learn more at lumen.com. Services not available everywhere.
Listen up, Seahawks fans. Shop and Score Sweepstakes is back at Safeway. Shop, score, and enter for a chance to win a 2025 Toyota Tacoma, VIP game experiences, groceries for a year, and more. Just buy 5 participating items in a single transaction to enter for a chance to win. Safeway has all your game day tailgate favorites, from fried chicken to fresh cut fruit and vegetable trays, and tons of easy meal options. Save time and shop online at Safeway.com. Safeway, the official supermarket of the Seahawks.
Take a trip back in time at Emerald Queen Casino Event Center. Thursday night, August 21st with I Love the 90s. Relive 90s fun featuring Vanilla Ice, Rob Bass, Tone Loc, and Young MC. Get your tickets at emeraldqueen.com. Don't miss I Love the 90s, August 21st at Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. 21 and older. Need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
Please game responsibly. At BECU, we're proud members of the 12s community. Jersey casual dress code on Blue Fridays, hoarse voices on Monday mornings, and flying that 12 flag every day of the week. We know how much the 12s love to show their pride, because we do too. That's why we give our members a chance to show their Seahawks pride with every purchase. So join us and get the Seahawks Debit MasterCard from BECU, the official debit card of the Seattle Seahawks. BECU, power in people. Membership required. Restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
For years, everyone thought Verizon had the best network, because they did. But now the best mobile network in the U.S. is T-Mobile. T-Mobile's network has the most advanced 5G, with more towers, and their signal reaches further than ever. So you can text and instant talk and say, "You won't believe where I am."
T-Mobile has the best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. See T-Mobile.com/network.
We are broadcasting live from the Ticketmaster tailgate. I'm Michael Bumpus with Big Ray, and we got Paul Moyer. Now, the past few weeks we spent time talking about the Seahawks' top receivers, Jackson Smith and Jigba, Cooper Kupp. However, there's going to be a battle for that third receiver spot, man, or fourth receiver spot, I should say. 4, 5, 6. How many are they going to carry? So in 2024, you had DK, you had Lockett, JSN, Jake Bobo, Chenault, and Derek Young. 2023, pretty much the same group, just add Cody Thompson in there. And they're deep. They're deep, fellas. So right now, the guys who are going to be suited up today, you got JSN, Cooper Kupp, MVS, Derek Young, Jake Bobo, Cody White, Torrey Horton, who had a big game last week, Ricky White, Steven Sims, Tyrone Broden, and Plumlee as well. How do you guys see this thing kind of mapping out? I think, obviously, as a receiver, if you're the 4th, 5th, and 6th receiver, you got to play special teams. Right. And Jake Bobo and Derek Young have shown that they can go down and tackle. So I always point out that if you're a receiver and you cannot tackle and you're not going to get targets, you're probably not going to be on this team. Probably not going to be on this team.
So, look, I think there's 4 locks on here. I think JSN, I think Cooper Kupp, I mean MVS, and I think Torrey Horton I keep messing his name. Torrey Horton is going to be there. I think he's electric. So now it's, do you carry 6? The challenge on that is, I think we're going with 4 tight ends. You got a fullback as well. Now, there's a couple guys might be able to play swing tight end fullback on that, but if they're going to use a fullback, that cuts into it. But I do like look, Bobo can play special team, good blocker. I think, Ricky White, for him to make this team, he's got to play great special teams. I love Derek Young. We know, we've interviewed him, we've had him. He's athletic, he's big, he's strong, he plays special teams. I'd love for him to get an opportunity. So you're right. I think it's big competition for the 5th and 6th spot, and I think it's tough to carry 7, so I think we'll go on with 6.
Yeah, I'm like you. What you said too, Bump, is like you have to be able to have value on the special teams, and then when you do get your chance on the offensive side, you have to come up with the catch, as tough as it is, or you have to come up with that block that you've been asked to do. You got to run the route to get somebody else open, like you always talk about. So you have to show that you're willing to do those things, and this Torrey Horton, it's hard to say, Torrey Horton. Just from what I've seen, I've missed the first preseason game because of Indianapolis and stuff, but from what I've seen and what I've heard, dude is explosive, can be electric, can do some really cool stuff, and I'm sure he's one of those, like, Pete Carroll type dudes where you can envision him doing a lot of different things with him.
Who do you like, man? You're the wide receiver. You've been out at practice. There's a lot of speed, a lot of quickness, tough guys.
I think our producer has it highlighted perfectly, honestly. You got JSN, Cooper Kupp, MVS, Derek Young, Jay Bobo, Cody White, and Torrey Horton. I think Cody White has shown he can play special teams. Remember that block kick against the Rams? He showed he can make a big catch down the sideline and a first down. Unfortunately, the next play, Geno threw an interception. And Jake Bobo has shown he can tackle as well. He had one of the bigger hits on special teams last year. So, no, I think that's right. Ricky Wright, Steve Sims, Broden, and Plumlee, me personally, I think they are playing either to sneak on the practice squad or join another team. But let's hear from Mike McDonald and how backup receivers can impress.
Well, take advantage of their opportunities, one, and then it's, we're going to be in a lot of, base or 21 personnel, 12, 13, 22. So special teams is going to be a big part of it as well on who ends up, grabbing their helmets on Sundays for us.
All right, Paul, I said that our producer, Nash Achobe, had it highlighted perfectly. Then what'd you say to me?
I said that's 7 highlighted.
7 highlighted.
I mean, is there room for 7?
See, I think that you say they're going to carry 4 tight ends. I think they carry 3. So I think that's, if they are to carry 7, then that's probably where they make it up.
Yeah, 7's a lot, man. Let's say really 2 of them are great special team guys. I mean, they got to be great to carry 7 guys. We'll see. I mean, tweaks, injuries happen along the way. I think if it's coming down to that, though, then it's Cody White, Ricky White of those. Maybe Jake Bobo. I mean, we don't know. They may we're not at every practice. There's stuff going on behind the scenes, right. In the film room, meeting rooms, things like that. But you're right on this. This is a competitive situation at wide receiver.
It's tough. Man, I've seen talented players get cut because they can't get the playbook down. So it's going to be something, like you mentioned, something like that. Yeah. You miss one tackle. And that's why, Big Ray, part of the reasons why I like preseason is because you can see someone's fate. Like, when someone misses a tackle, you're like, oh, man, that's going to be tough. Someone makes a big play, you're thinking, okay, he's applying some pressure. That's what I'm going to be looking for. Who makes just the routine play? You have to make the routine plays, and then who jumps out? Okay,
I'll throw another one at you. All right. Who's going to be the number 3?
It's going to start with MVS, but I think Horton's going to take over week 3 or 4.
He's impressive so far.
Mm-hmm.
I really like him. Again, I had to go back and watch the game and say, why did I like him so much? It's not like he had 100 yards and 10 catches or anything. It was what he did just in space.
Yeah.
I said, wow. I mean, it's like those little cones that they have, and you got to work through it. These soccer players do it, things like that too. I just said he's a guy that if you can get him in the ball and space it all one-on-one, he has a chance to go the distance. He's a top 3 rounder if he doesn't have the knee injury last year. Right? I mean, he played 3 games, I think, at Colorado State. He is electric. That has a chance to be one of those, oh, wow, we stole one in the draft.
Yeah, to me, he can replace JSN in some of those little quick screens because you can get him to screen out in space like that with some big dogs in front of him, and then he can make some things happen. That's how I'd see them using him on plays like that.
Yeah, we can get a screen game going, fellas. Goodness gracious. Oh, dude. Goodness gracious. Was it last game we pulled one off? Was it Halani?
Couple of them.
Yeah.
And they were so well, I don't want to say designed. I mean, screens, it was well designed. It was more, I watched their offensive line, I go, oh my God, I didn't know the screen was coming. and then they got out, and they were out blocking, and we've got some athletic guys. I mean, again, Zabel for sure, can move out there. But yeah, I'm excited about that screen game too.
Yeah, I'm glad you pointed out Zabel. That's one of the things I recognize when it's at the Senior Bowl, Big Ray, is the way he moves in space. He's got some good feet.
Well, I mean, the dude is a pretty good athlete, too. His 36-inch vertical and, his splits in the 40 were really good. And the thing I love about Zabel, and this is what I've loved about him from the first time I heard about him, is this dude is ready for the smoke all the time. Mm-hmm. Like, he doesn't back down anyone. If you saw him at the Senior Bowl, and people would say, like, whether that should have value or not, but it should, because he was like, I'm taking on anyone that wants to do it. Right. And then even the big SEC dudes there wanted to go against him. And so then the first game, to me, I felt like he started out with the little rookie jitters. He's a little nervous, and he looked a little not as athletic in the first couple plays, but I thought he did some really good stuff, and thought he played a really good football game. And he looked like he deserved to be the pick where they took him.
I believe him and D. Hall got into it at practice too. So that lets you know right now he wants all the smoke. So
all the smoke.
I'm with you 100%, Big Ray. Hey, say, get it right, Bump. Say 12. Want to be the first to know about exclusive Seahawks ticket offers and more? Sign up today for Seahawks text and notifications. Simply text Seahawks to 71211 to register now. When we come back, we'll give you our preseason heroes. That's next on the Columbia Bank Radio Network.
A taste of what makes Oberto great with Stephen Oberto.
At the end of the day, we want to make delicious products that are differentiated that people love, right? And so, food doesn't need to be that complicated. It needs to taste good. It needs to be simple in how you make it and process it, and you need to do it consistently every day. So those are kind of the cornerstones of how we make products and what we're out to achieve.
Oberto Specialty Meats. Quality, flavor, heritage.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious. With multiple engine options and impressive towing, while Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability. Nice. Making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Northwest Chevy dealer.
NFL fans, when it's time to get Seahawks tickets, you can tackle game day with total certainty on Ticketmaster. With 100% verified tickets available all season long, you can count on getting in with ease and spend time focusing on the good stuff. Even if you're headed to the game last minute, you can still score seats. Want to meet up inside the stadium with your crew? Transferring your tickets is an easy handoff. So get those touchdown celebrations ready and score your tickets today at Ticketmaster.com/Seahawks.
All right, listen up, Seahawk fans. It's game day, and that means it's time to get ready to take the field. Lumen Field. Team jersey? Check. Giant foam finger? Check. If you run into a defensive wall of traffic and parking, you called the wrong play and drove to the game. Well, Sound Transit is calling an audible. Just hop onto Link Light Rail, Sounder, or ST Express and fly through traffic like a true Seahawk without getting a delay of game penalty.
Take Sound Transit, your winning play on game day.
Luxury has arrived at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. The hotel is open and you can book now at snocasino.com. The destination spa, the expanded non-smoking gaming floor, the big 2,000-seat entertainment space and convention center, and yeah, the new restaurants, food venues as well. Effortless style and the utmost in relaxation. Go to snocasino.com to book. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. Please game responsibly.
Two iconic Seattle brands, Dania Furniture and the Seattle Seahawks, are partnering again this season to deliver action-packed game days and modern furniture to enjoy them in. Dania has everything you need for your fan cave, from Lux Power sectionals and sofas to stylish recliners and ottomans, perfect for keeping guests comfy from kickoff and beyond. Shop one of our 4 local showrooms or shop online at daniafurniture.com. Dania Furniture. We make it simple, you make it home.
KIRO 710 AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD1 and HD2 Tacoma, Seattle. The home of the Seahawks.
In the backfield now is Thompson for the Seahawks as the single setback. Lock under center, play fake. Looks, has time. Gonna let it fly back corner of the end zone. There to make the catch. Touchdown, Seahawks! Jake Bobo! Somebody in our meeting yesterday said, give me more Bobo. You got it. From 18 yards out. Bobo, Dave, you said he doesn't have a lot of speed, but he's got speed to get away from the secondary, and he makes a great catch on a perfect pass from Drew Lock in the back of the end zone, and the Seahawks are looking to make it a 2-point game with the Packers leading 9-6.
Every season, a preseason hero and fan favorite emerges. The highlight you just heard was Jake Bobo making a name for himself in the 2023 preseason. We've heard names like Kason Williams, Tremont Pope, Tanner McVord, J.J. McKissick, D.J. Hackett, Esop Winston, your boy, Brian Walters, Paul Moyer. Big Ray was holding out. He didn't do preseason. Big Ray said, look, give me my money first, and then I'm going to get out there. But when you look at the roster, Big Ray, who do you think has the opportunity to be that guy?
You know what? Like, I'll be honest with you. Like, if we're just going just from the rookie and not maybe like if they're drafted really late or whatever, I mean, the Torrey Horton dude is, to me, like,
he's a hero.
Is the
so
hero.
Far,
I mean, because he's created so much buzz. You know, it's like he's one of those dudes where it was like K9. You know, K9's rookie year, you just couldn't wait to see him touch the ball to see what was going to happen. It was going to be something either spectacular or not so spectacular, but something was going to happen. So that's the dude that grabs my attention when I'm thinking about this hero preseason thing.
Yeah, I mean, and you're right. It's every year. I mean, the Kason Williams ones was probably the one that stuck out because it was 2 years in a row. He had a really good preseason, and we were all kind of flabbergasted, like, what, he didn't make it? I think George Holani has looked so good. He really has been, 2 years in a row. But, here's a guy that, look, it's an uphill battle. I mean, that running back room is pretty stacked. I'll throw somebody out. It's only one preseason game, but I've been watching the tight ends. I think we're going to carry 4. I just think we need blockers. Maybe it's 3. Maybe it's a swing fullback type. Matter of fact, that Marshall Lane guy kind of looks like he's a free agent, maybe a H-back, fullback. But the guy that stuck out to me yesterday was Nick Callerup last week, and he's a free agent out of, I think, Minnesota. Yeah, he went to Minnesota.
Yep.
He's just a baller. He's the kind of guy you want. He's just, I don't care. I'm going to get the job done. Sometimes it won't even look pretty, but he just looked tough. He looks like a blocking tight end who has the ability to catch when need be. So, those are the two. It's early. We'll know more after this game.
Yeah, week 2. Who's gonna catch our eye? But week 1, it was all about George Holani. Here he is in cut 7.
Seahawks run a play now, a toss near side. It's Holani who breaks a tackle across the 30, knocked out of bounds, close to the 40-yard line. George Holani for 20 yards down the left sideline.
So, look, and he looked fantastic, but in the post-game show, and I couldn't even remember his name, and it's, again, another undrafted free agent, and that's Jarcadia Wright. And I said, he looks like a Pro Bowler. And is he Northwest? Or you got to look up the school he went to. That's how far out he was. But it just also shows you the fine line between an undrafted free agent and a guy who gets drafted in the 2nd, 3rd, 4th round. I mean, this kid Wright looked like a legit NFL-ready running back. Now, I know it was just one preseason game, but...
Well, when I was with the Seahawks, I think it was my 2nd or 3rd year, and Michael McCurry from Wake Forest, he was the 170th pick in the draft, and you knew the first day we're in pads, I'm like, I know this guy's going to make the team.
Yeah.
He was just a different breed of dude, and now he's in the Ring of Honor with the Baltimore Ravens. Has probably an outside chance of even been a Hall of Fame candidate, like serious candidate, because he had that much of an impact for a period of time as a pass rusher in this league. And so he was one of those dudes that, like you were just saying, there was just something about him, even though he was a 7th-round draft pick, and I think back there we still had 12 rounds. The dude was a baller.
There's a bunch. By the way, Jarcadia Wright from...
Jarcardier,
thank you, from
Missouri
State.
Missouri State.
But look, we've had so many guys. Mm-hmm. I mean, look, Doug Baldwin, undrafted free agent. Guy Eugene Robinson. Again, he's the 2nd most interception leader and career interception leader not in the Hall of Fame. Came right here, free agent. Rufus Porter. I mean, there's so many that have come along the way. So there's going to be one. There's going to be one that makes a team, and there's going to be one that we're surprised it gets cut.
Right now, Patrick O'Connell out of Montana. I wasn't really watching him until I was standing next to Dave and Raves, and they were talking about him. So I started paying attention to him. And if Wyman feels good about the linebacker depth because of him, then I think he's worth a look. So if you guys want someone to look at, we're naming all these guys. Got Halani, got Jarcardier, O'Connell. Horton's going to be out there. I think he's already making a name for himself. This is what the preseason is all about. Who's gonna ball? And there's going to be a case of Williams somewhere in the league that balls out and doesn't stick with his team just because of the depth at a certain position. So my guy today that I'm going to watch intently is going to be Patrick. What do you call him? Patio? Is that what Wyman call him? Patio. Yeah, I like Patio.
I'm going to watch the tight ends.
Okay.
We're going to need one of them, and they look like there are some blockers there.
They better be able to block. They what formations did I see? I saw 3 out there at one time, and I wonder if I haven't seen Kubiak's offense with 4 out there at one time. That would be crazy, but I've seen 3. They're going to pack it in and do their thing. So yeah, that's what we're doing. Okay, when we come back, we got more to do. We're going to give you our key Hawks and season predictions. What is going to be their record? Who's going to go high? Who's going to go low? We'll let you know. That's coming up next as we count down the kickoff between Seattle and Kansas City.
For years, everyone thought Verizon had the best network, because they did. But now the best mobile network in the U.S. is T-Mobile. T-Mobile's network has the most advanced 5G, with more towers, and their signal reaches further than ever. So you can text and Insta-talk and say, "You won't believe where I am."
T-Mobile has the best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data 1H 2025. See T-Mobile.com/network.
David, honey, this is your Seahawks intervention.
I don't have a problem.
David, you painted the entire house action green.
So?
You wanted to name our daughter the 12s. Listen, download the Fuel Forward app. Every 8+ gallon fill up at 76 and Conoco stations gives you a chance to win a VIP game day experience.
I can fuel my car and my Seahawks obsession?
In moderation, David. In moderation. Terms and conditions apply. See official rules at 76.com/Seahawks-rules.
Hey Seahawks fans, this is Steve Rabel for Virginia Mason Franciscan Health. Coaching a winning team requires planning ahead and keeping all your players healthy. Virginia Mason Franciscan Health's primary care providers help you coordinate your family's care, including annual physicals, screenings, and immunizations. So keep your home team healthy. Find a provider and schedule an online appointment today at vmfh.org/Seahawks. vmfh.org/Seahawks.
Today's students are smart, savvy, and heading towards a future filled with possibilities. Education is the light that can help guide them on their path to fulfilling their dreams. That's why Washington's Lottery is a proud partner in the goal to promote college and career training. With every lottery game you play in the pursuit of making your dreams a reality, you're supporting the next generation of game changers who are using education as the way to reach theirs. Thanks for playing, Washington.
It's about grit.
Leonard Williams drags him down.
Running through whatever gets in your way.
The handoff to Charbonnet. Stiff arms a man, turns, first down. Oh my goodness! What a blast!
Fighting for every yard.
The handoff to Walker. He breaks a tackle, comes back to the near side, stumbles across the 10, breaks the tackle. Touchdown! Seahawks!
And a drive that never ends. Celebrating 50 seasons of Seahawks football. Visit Seahawks.com/tickets today.
In business, just like in football, having a solid game plan is key to success. That's why so many Northwest businesses partner with Columbia Bank. The largest bank headquartered in the Northwest, Columbia Bank combines expertise, customized business solutions, and a relationship-focused style of banking to make sure your business has what it needs to grow. It's a combination that's made Columbia a top SBA lender in Seattle and Portland. Learn more at columbiabank.com or visit your local branch. Columbia Bank, proud partner of the Seattle Seahawks, member FDIC.
Almost time for kickoff between the Seahawks and the Chiefs. I'm Michael Bumpus with the squad, Big Ray. We got Paul Moya as well. It's time to talk about this offensive line. Here are the projected starters. You got Charles Cross at left tackle, Gray Zabel, left guard, Olu Oluwatimi at center. You got Anthony Bradford, right guard, and Abe Lucas at right tackle. Some familiar names that we've seen over the past couple of years. You got Jalen Sandell as a backup, Josh Jones, Christian Haynes, Laumea, and Michael Jarrell. Big Ray, talk to me about this offensive line. I think the right guard is probably still up for grabs. We're going to battle that thing out. I think the other ones are set. If I'm wrong, correct me. What do you think?
Well, I think at the right guard spot, it's still Anthony Bradford's to lose because I think they like his – when he is on, he's probably the best player to be at the right guard spot. He's a big dude, powerful dude, and when he wants to, he can be a big, nasty type of a player. To me, it's just about his want to. Like, if he wants to be focused and dialed in for 4 quarters, I think then to me, he becomes the guy at right guard. I think Christian Haynes is probably still like another year away from being like NFL-ready type football player, just from his understanding of the game, playing the game, being stronger, all those types of things. So I think at the end of the day, if Bradford doesn't do anything to lose it, he'll be the starter there. And then I think the one guy that kind of always makes me wonder what he's going to be is Laumea. I can never say it. Laumea. Because he looks the part. He's super athletic. You know, he can run. He can do all those types of things. But then sometimes he looks like a puppy. Like he's running and his paws are going all over the place and he's running the wrong direction, you know, leaving a double team too fast, going up to the second level too soon, like those types of things. But he has all the makings of a good offensive lineman. It's just whether or not you can corral it into going all in the same direction at the same time.
I like that they have Sandell at center because they moved him around last year, right? And I always refer to your saying you want someone with a PhD in the position, so he's studying right now.
And you also need like someone, the backups that can do all the different things. You know, like you can't afford to have the backup have a PhD and can't, like, to me, that's kind of where Ola Watembe kind of falls into that spot because he doesn't really play guard. He's just a center who's a center who's a center who's a center. So you got to have someone that can be the swing guard and swing guards and center.
Sandell was also teammates with Grace Abel, too.
Yeah, I think that the center's still open. It was really weird because I didn't know Ola Watembe didn't play. And we were doing the post-game show, and I said, I don't know how many series, but, the line looked pretty good, center looked good when I was watching, but I didn't have my binoculars last week. And then I went back and watched the game, and I go, oh, he didn't even play. But I'm going to throw out a couple guys. First of all, I thought Josh Jones looked pretty good at left tackle. I was surprised. I mean, I hadn't seen a lot of him. He's three years, I think, in the league now. I thought Michael Jarrell looked like a completely different person. We knew he was athletic, and that's why they drafted him. He came from a super small school. He's going up against the NFL. It was going to be a learning curve. They had him at left tackle, and I thought he looked pretty good.
Yeah.
I'm really curious to see, again, him play because of what they were doing in the running game, how athletic he is, to be able to pull tackles, not necessarily to pull, but whatever you want to call that when I, stretch outside, but he was pulling around the guys they were blocking down. I thought that was impressive. We had a couple of young guys that we drafted. One was Bryce Cable-Badu. The other one was Mason Richmond. They played them both inside at guard. These guys were tackles in college. I think there's something there. They only played 20 snaps, so I'll let you look at them again today and give your expert opinion on it. But I go, okay, they working in the guard position. There's obviously some technique things to it, but both pretty strong bulldog type guys. So I think we're deep. Christian Haynes, I agree. I go, he looks better though.
Yeah.
He definitely worked in the offseason, you can tell, but he's still just a little light in the pants and strength. But the feet and everything are there. So he still might be one more year away before he's the guy.
Yeah, absolutely. And even those guys you mentioned, I remember when they were drafting them, the thing I liked about them is they're just freaking hardcore in the phone booth football players. And so they were a couple tackles, but they were projected at guard just based on like their athleticism, where their body's built and all that kind of stuff. And so I think they have a chance to have some real good depth. The last few years there's been a lot of injuries along the offensive line, so guys are in and out. And so I think they have a chance to build some quality depth there so that there's not a huge drop-off when someone is injured.
All right, there is the offensive line talk. Let's move along and talk about the record. What do we think this team is capable of doing? Wins and losses. Tell me something, Moyer.
Look, the national media does not like the Seahawks.
They don't?
It is the weirdest thing. I mean, the amount of wins that they're expecting us, I've seen as low as 4 or 5 to be in last place in the NFC West. I don't get it. Now, I get it so much as the quarterback play. And there's a perception the last 2 games that Darnold play and we lost Geno Smith and you lost DK. I go, but we have a chance to be the number 1 defense for sure in the NFC West, maybe a top 5, top 10. It's hard to throw those numbers out where they're going to end up being defensively. But I don't think they're taking enough into what this running game potentially could be. I'm really excited again to see, do we keep moving forward and having an offensive coordinator that's proven, has great pedigree, that knows a system can work if you stay with it. I watched him do his play sheet. You guys, it's 50-50. He keeps you really off balance. Last year, I knew exactly what we were doing in Grub. I knew exactly. And if we were in empty backfield in spread formation, I was going to throw up again. We don't do that. Now, we did open up with spread initially. I was like, what are we doing? But he mixes it up again with the fullback. I'm going to go 11-6.
All right. Big Ray?
Yeah, I'm with Paul as it relates to the national media not being, too high on the Seahawks. But I can see how they still have to figure out the offensive line. Like they haven't, you have to actually see them playing in the real fights to see if they're going to make any improvement and if they're going to be able to execute this running game. But the one thing I think that they're underestimating about the offense from last year is last year you had a whole college staff just about on the offensive line coach, the coordinator, all this stuff. And so they were learning the league and learning all these new players. And the new players are learning, these new coaches. And it just never really meshed at all. When Kubiak and his crew came in, it seemed like it was everything was understood the first day. They know the league. They scouted the players, knew what they could and couldn't do, how we were going to fit into their system. They didn't have to try to sort things out. Maybe you're sorting out some battles based on, like, who's going to be the starter, but you're not sorting out, like, who can do what, on the offensive line. You're not sorting out what receivers can do what or what offensive plays. You have a system that is proven in this league, and you have coaches that are proven in this league, and I think that matters.
What's the record?
What's the record?
I was going to say 10-7.
Yeah. I'm around 10-7 as well, and our texters on the Bumping Station show 10-2 holler at me. When I say that, they go, well, why'd you get rid of Geno if you're just going to have essentially the same record? I go, it's going to be a different 10-7 though. It's going to be a physical 10-7. It's going to be a efficient 10-7, I believe, and you're just building. You got to prove it as well. Sam Darnold has to prove that he can do it again. So because there's so many questions, that's where I'm going at. Babs, what's your projection? Quickly. Score. You got 10 seconds.
How about this, by the way? Basement, 8 wins. Ceiling, 12.
Okay. Better hurry up, man. We got to hurry up.
Number of wins?
Yeah.
10. I got 10
Oh,
wins.
man.
You got 10 wins.
Yep.
There we go.
There we go.
Finally, something positive from Jordan. I love it.
Heard it from Babs. Thanks for joining us, man. You blessed us. Bless us with your presence. Your presence is a present.
Always good to see you guys. Go Hawks!
All right. Hey, well, that will do it for us. Coming up next, the guys calling all the action. Steve Rabel and Dave Wyman will take up the kickoff between the Seahawks and the Chiefs. We will talk to you at halftime after the game. Week 2 is underway. We gave you the way to watch this game. You find yourself a rookie. You find yourself a guy battling to make this team. You hone in on him and see how he's doing. We might see the starters as well. Sam Darnold in the game should be running out the tunnel with their helmets on. The game is coming up next right here on the Columbia Bank Radio Network.
The Seahawks pregame show has been brought to you by Lumen, the trusted network for AI, Beacon Plumbing, stop freaking, call Beacon, and Virginia Mason Franciscan Health, the official medical services provider of the Seattle Seahawks. Stay tuned. Countdown to kickoff is next on the Seahawks Radio Network.
Hey drivers, looking for your next good move? Transwest is hiring now for CDL drivers with a passenger endorsement. We're talking steady routes and newer vehicles. Even better, you'll be moving private business commuters in a relaxed, stress-free environment. Plus, drivers who apply now will also receive a $5,000 sign-on bonus. More than just a job change. This is more respect, opportunity, and support. Ready to roll? Apply now at drivetranswest.com.
A taste of what makes Oberto great with Stephen Oberto.
Oberto started in 1918 when Constantino, my great-grandfather, came to America from northern Italy, bringing his secret salami recipes. My grandfather, Art, took over the business. He got special permission from his school at the time to arrive late and leave early. He'd ride his bike from West Seattle down to Dearborn, make the sausage, and then peddle the sausage to local grocery stores.
Oberto Specialty Meats. Quality, flavor, heritage.
The Seahawks and Starbucks are excited to continue a game day element that is the electronic Seahawks 50-50 raffle presented by Starbucks. Each home game, one lucky fan will receive half of the net proceeds from the raffle, while the remainder will be donated to Spirit of 12 nonprofit partners, which are organizations that align with the Seahawks community engagement efforts and who are making positive impacts in our communities. Don't miss a chance to win big for a good cause. Visit Seahawks.com/community to learn more.
12s, get ready to witness a delicious miss at the next Seahawks game. McDonald's is giving you the new snack wrap free when the rival team misses a field goal during any home game. Just download the app and claim your spicy or ranch snack wrap the day after a home game with a $2 minimum purchase. Only on the McDonald's app. Valid once a week the day after the game at participating McDonald's. Excludes tax. Must opt in to rewards. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
I'm Eric Kennedy, Equipment Director for your Seattle Seahawks. For more than 30 years, we've relied on Beacons Northwest to move our coaches, players, and gear, always on time and in perfect condition. Now, Beacons Northwest has a new name, Move Northwest. Same trusted team, same top-notch service, just a fresh new look. If you're moving or know someone who is, call the movers the pros count on, Move Northwest. Ready to make a move? Visit MoveNorthwest.com. Move Northwest, proud partner of the Seattle Seahawks.
For years, everyone thought Verizon had the best network, because they did. But now the best mobile network in the U.S. is T-Mobile. T-Mobile's network has the most advanced 5G, with more towers, and their signal reaches further than ever. So you can text and Insta-talk and say, "You won't believe where I am."
T-Mobile has the best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data 1H 2025. See T-Mobile.com/network.
KIRO 710 AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD1 and HD2 Tacoma, Seattle. The home of the Seahawks.
Welcome to Countdown to Kickoff. Tonight, from Lumen Field, your Seattle Seahawks face the Kansas City Chiefs. Countdown to Kickoff is presented by T-Mobile. Now the best mobile network in America, according to Ookla Speed Test. Now, here's Steve Rabel.
Pre-game festivities well underway here at Lumen Field in Seattle under rainy skies tonight. And it's probably going to rain for the better part of the entire football game, but that's all right because the fans who are here have come to see their Seahawks. Oh, by the way, the Kansas City Chiefs just happened to be in town, one of the best teams in the league over the last decade or so. 3 Super Bowl championships and the rings to go with it. But we're so glad you're with us, along with Jen Mueller, who will try to stay dry down there on the field. Up here, warm and dry in the booth, former Seahawks linebacker, broadcaster Dave Wyman, yours truly, Steve Rabel, and our guest in the booth tonight, the one, the only, Adam Ray, actor, podcaster, you do everything, on the radio, on the TV. You're Dr. Phil, nightclubs. What don't you do, my friend?
Well, I actually delivered your Postmates this morning, so I will.
Gotta make sure your microphone is turned on.
Can we hear me? Nope.
Try it now.
Yep, check, check, check.
No, still not hearing you.
So check, check, check.
We will figure that out. You go ahead, Dave.
Well, he's a comedian.
Yeah.
He's everywhere, and I rely on him to basically introduce me to all the athletes in Seattle because he knows everybody.
I see. All right. Well, okay, Adam, now we got you.
You can hear me now?
Go ahead.
Right, so the joke that I was going to say that won't let, nope. Yeah, there we go. All right, first-time caller, long-time listener. Happy to be here with a couple of legends. My mom told me to comb my hair. I said, you're not the boss of me. I'm wearing a hat. But I'm fired up to be inside a Lumen Field. I have an Uber Eats delivery in about 15 minutes, so I got to make this quick.
And you are, I mean, truly, you are a real Seahawks fan. You have been since you were just a little guy.
Die hard. I was born at the 50-yard line by, who delivered me? Rick Meyer, I think. Drink 5 if you're playing the Rick Meyer drinking game. No, I've been diehard Seattle sports everything, and just to get a chance to not only meet you guys but be around camp the last few days, get to know Mike McDonald and John Schneider on a personal level. I matched on Tinder with Sam Darnold about an hour ago, so things are looking up for me as a sports fan, and I'm honored to be here, and I'm going to try to not screw this up.
Yeah, well, you're already deep into it, my friend.
Okay.
We're standing down there on the field, Dave and I, and Adam. We get people that recognize us every so often. They come up and say hi. You have players, coaches, general managers. The only person that didn't come over was the owner to say hi, and that's probably because she couldn't get down in the elevator right now because it's raining and a mess. But you are wildly popular. We're glad to have you in the booth with us today.
Thanks, Stevie.
And here's a reminder that our keys to the game are brought to you by Beacon Plumbing. Stop freaking, call Beacon. So let's start with those keys right now. A lot of the players, starters, are going to get to play tonight, Dave. Who do you want to see? Why?
I want to see the right guard in the center and who's going to start there. I mean, I think obviously everybody in Seattle wants to see Sam Darnold out there operate and give them the confidence that I know Mike McDonald has in him. But, you look at this offensive line, I really believe in the rookie, Ray Zabel. You got 2 solid tackles. It's the center and right guard position, and I know that's not sexy, but that's very necessary to get this offense going. I like Jalen Sundell at center, and I like Anthony Bradford at guard, but we'll see how it plays out.
All right, Adam, your shot. Who are you looking for?
So obviously this defense to me is being talked about as a top 5 D already. I think, I was talking to Mike McDonald at practice yesterday, and he goes, we're getting flashes of 2013. I think this defense is fast, they're physical, but for me, and it's not just because I've been buzzing him before he got drafted, but Sammy D, SD card as people are calling him, no one's calling him that, but I'm going to try to get that started on today's broadcast. I'm looking at Sam, this is his 8th year, he's got poise. You know, again, I knew him before he got drafted, and there's a shift in his eyes, and he's ready to kind of be the guy and be here for a while. And, you know, he's got a cannon attached to his right shoulder. And if he can move the ball downfield the way that I know he can, that we all hope he can, I think it's going to be a great year to be a Seahawks fan.
Well, one of the things that I know the coaches have been talking about, he's playing fast. He understands the system, and he's got a quick release. He's getting that ball out of his hands, which is something that helps prevent interceptions, as we all know. All right, when we're in our production meeting, we like to call, we get a chance to talk to players and coaches the day before the game. A couple of things stood out to me. First of all, up on one of the bulletin boards was the word ACT. Accountability, communication, and technique. And then the other one was on Adam Dirty's hat that said EAT, effort, angles, and tackling. This game really can be boiled down, Dave. You and I both played. It can be boiled down to some of those concepts. Now it's just a matter of, you know, do you buy in as a player?
Yeah, and I think, you know, being in his second year, Mike McDonald, everybody is starting to buy in, like you said, and that's what their culture is. And he's like a professor of football. Some of the things that he thinks about, and one of them being, you know, how they warm up. It's totally different. So the way they look at the game and the way that they explain it to their players and get exactly what they want. And I'll tell you what, that's what, especially veteran players, they want you as a coach to help them get better, help them get paid, help them get their contract. And that's what Mike McDonald does. I mean, I think that there's a lot of coaching and a lot of drills and things like that that don't really make sense to the players. But Mike is very efficient. He's very straightforward. And I think he's got this team going in the right direction.
Adam, I think one of the interesting points made by Leo yesterday when we were talking to him, he said, at this point in his career, this is not about money. He said, I got enough money. He said, what this now means is chips added to my shoulders to make me want to be better every day and to win, to get that ring on his finger.
Well, and then Adam promptly asked him for $10,000.
Well, that's true.
I did. I said I'd take Venmo, PayPal, or just straight hard cash. Leonard, you know, I'm a fellow Trojan like Len, and I think it's so important to have guys at the top like that are veterans that have been around the league, that have been in big games, to set the tone and not only take younger guys under his wing, but, you know, I asked him how, you know, the ambiance of Lumen Field can affect a young player, and he's like, I went out of my way. You know, he said, that's the best question of the day. First of all, he said, thank you so much for asking today's best question of the day. He said, you should be an analyst.
I don't remember that part.
Okay, well, all right, we'll edit this out. But he said, he just said that, you know, getting comfy during the preseason is a big deal because these real game environments can have an effect on your emotions, and you know, having a guy at the top like that really calm you down and get you focused is huge.
All right, finally we have not very much time left, and my guess is this game is going to go very quickly with you-know-who in the booth.
Why'd you point at me when you said that?
Well, because I meant you. So, Dave, the Seahawks rushed for 170 yards last week. Granted, it was the Raiders, but it was the backup Seahawks against the Raiders' first team that got things started defensively. But Kubiak yesterday, Clint Kubiak, the offensive coordinator, said something interesting. He said, yeah, we want to run the ball, but we know we're not going to win every game by running the ball. We have to maybe be prepared to throw it 50 times. And that surprised me a little bit, but it just let me know this guy is ready for anything.
Yeah, and the thing is, that's what they had to do last year because they couldn't run the ball. So, yeah, I mean, this is an offense that is proven. It's worked. Talked to Clint about his dad, Gary, who was running this, along with Mike Shanahan. So, yeah, and last week it worked. Over 170 yards running the ball. And the thing I think that stood out to me the most was Gray Zabel, the rookie, the first rounder, number 18 pick, saying this offense is an offensive lineman's dream. And I was like, wow, how often do you hear that? Yeah. First of all, very wise of Gray Zabel, just all the things that he said, but also, you know, that it just puts so much pressure on the offensive line last year. And everybody complained about O-line play, but a lot of it's coaching. It's a lot of it is asking what you're asking the players to do. And one of the things they do, they move the pocket, which makes it easier for pass blocking, and then they can run the ball.
Our guy's athletic. That's exactly what we're talking about with the offensive lineman. A reminder, the Countdown to Kickoff is presented by T-Mobile. Now the best mobile network in America, according to Ookla Speed Test. Go to T-Mobile.com/network to see how. When we come back, the guys who aren't playing, most of them are, however, for the Hawks. I'll tell you that with Jen down on the sidelines in a minute.
For the Seahawks, growth is a team effort. Coaches maximize your performance. Teammates push your limits. But in business, who's there to help you grow? Lumen, that's who. Like saving game day broadcasts from lag time, connecting 60,000 plus live fans at the stadium, delivering benefits of the cloud for your network, secure as a defensive line, legendary as the fans that cheer them on. Welcome to the on-demand network that meets your demands. Learn more at lumen.com. Services not available everywhere.
Life's better with American Family Insurance because we know it's not just a car, it also drives your children's dreams. So whether you're going to soccer practice, robotics club, or opening night in the school play, we help protect those dreams. Save up to 23% when you bundle auto and home. American Family Insurance. Get a quote and find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. Visit amfam.com to learn how discounts may apply to you. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
Hey, Seattle Seahawks fans, ready for some football? But what happens when life tackles you too hard? Accidents can happen on and off the field. When they do, you need a strong team on your side. At Carpenter & Zuckerman, they're proud sponsors of the Seattle Seahawks and even prouder of their winning record in personal injury cases. If you've been injured, let them fight for the compensation you deserve. Don't let an injury sideline your life. Call Carpenter & Zuckerman Personal Injury Lawyers today and get the justice you deserve.
Hey Seahawks fans, this is Steve Rabel for Virginia Mason Franciscan Health. Everyone should know their blood pressure and cholesterol level. If they're too high, the risks of heart attack, stroke, and heart disease increase. That's why seeing your primary care physician is so important. Simple things like eating healthy, daily exercise, and quitting tobacco will give your heart the support it needs to keep you in the game. Talk with your doctor today and schedule your appointment at vmfh.org/Seahawks.
San Juan Seltzer, the Northwest #1 craft hard seltzer, is partnering with Cam Chancellor to bring you Bamaritas. These ready-to-drink margaritas bring the intensity of Bam Bam Cam and come in 4 big flavors: classic lime, crisp Cadillac, fresh kiwi strawberry, and tropical mango. Every Bamarita packs a punch with real agave nectar, less sugar, and fewer carbs than other canned cocktails. Grab a 12-pack of new San Juan Bamaritas at Safeway, Albertsons, and other fine stores. Please enjoy responsibly. Must be 21 plus to purchase.
Football season is here, and it's time for 2 premier Northwest franchises to team up: Columbia Bank, your local bank, and the Seattle Seahawks. As the largest bank headquartered in the Northwest, Columbia Bank is the home team you can count on. Learn more about Columbia's premier service and innovative digital solutions at columbiabank.com or visit a local branch. Columbia Bank, proud partner of the Seattle Seahawks, member FDIC.
Seahawks coming off the first preseason tie in franchise history a week ago against the Raiders. Now they welcome in fellow AFC West opponents, the Kansas City Chiefs. We head down to the sidelines. Jen Mueller tells us about the number of guys, a few guys actually, that aren't playing tonight. Most of them are, Jen.
Yeah, there's a handful, though. There's a couple of guys who I think wish they could get out onto the field, at least based on the conversation we had with Leonard Williams yesterday. He was hoping to hit somebody other than his own teammates, but that's not going to happen. He is listed as inactive. The team does not need to see what Leo has. They know exactly what they've got in their big D tackle. The same is true for DeMarcus Lawrence. I would guess that our first time to see him is probably going to be week 1. He doesn't need these reps. He's going to sit on the sidelines for this game. Kenneth Walker also will do the same. He's walking right past me right now. But fans, even though that they are being careful with his ankle, he went through his full warm-up pregame. They are just giving him a little bit of a rest. Guys who will also be sitting on the bench today: Tyreek Smith, the linebacker; Jalen Gaines, who made that great play at the end of the game last week. He is not going to play. Josh Wright, Josh Ross, Tyrese Knight, they will sit. Jaron Reed, Jonathan Hankins, Riley Mills, Shamar Jean-Charles is also going to sit. And I think that is going to do it for guys keeping me company on the sidelines. And We'll see how long those starters end up going, Steve. Probably just enough to get their feet wet.
So to speak.
Unintended.
That's right.
Yeah.
Keep your hat on, Jen. Thanks so much for being with us. When we come back, it's Seahawks football time on the Columbia Bank Radio Network.
Hey drivers, looking for your next good move? Transwest is hiring now for CDL drivers with a passenger endorsement. We're talking steady routes and newer vehicles. Even better, you'll be moving private business commuters in a relaxed, stress-free environment. Plus, drivers who apply now will also receive a $5,000 sign-on bonus. More than just a job change. This is more respect, opportunity, and support. Ready to roll? Apply now at drivetranswest.com.
Toyota gives you more electrified hybrid choices than anyone else, including the stylish new Corolla, the elegant new Toyota Crown Signia, and the latest edition of the legendary 4Runner. Toyota's extensive lineup also includes battery EVs like the tech-savvy all-electric BZ4X, and of course, the iconic Prius, the hybrid that started it all. That's the power of choice from Toyota. A negotiable down fee of up to $200 may be added. Toyota, let's go places.
For over 45 years, Pacific Office Automation has been providing winning strategies to help businesses come out on top. That's why the Seattle Seahawks chose Pacific Office Automation as their office technology partner. If you run a business and want to improve your business processes and costs, contact us today to receive a free technology assessment. Whether it's managed print services, IT services, or data security, Pacific Office Automation has your game plan. Pacific Office Automation. Problem solved.
The Seahawks and Starbucks are excited to continue a game day element that is the electronic Seahawks 50-50 raffle presented by Starbucks. Each home game, one lucky fan will receive half of the net proceeds from the raffle, while the remainder will be donated to Spirit of 12 nonprofit partners, which are organizations that align with the Seahawks community engagement efforts and who are making positive impacts in our communities. Don't miss a chance to win big for a good cause. Visit Seahawks.com/community to learn more.
For tank and tankless hot water heaters, for clogged drains, for leaky faucets, for toilets that won't flush. Stop freaking and call Beacon. Beacon Plumbing, Heating, and Mechanical is your trusted source to solve all your plumbing needs. 1-800-FREAKIN or beaconplumbing.net.
I'm Eric Kennedy, Equipment Director for your Seattle Seahawks. For more than 30 years, we've relied on Beacons Northwest to move our coaches, players, and gear, always on time and in perfect condition. Now, Beacons Northwest has a new name, Move Northwest. Same trusted team, same top-notch service, just a fresh new look. If you're moving or know someone who is, call the movers the pros count on. Move Northwest. Ready to make a move? Visit movenorthwest.com. Move Northwest, proud partner of the Seattle Seahawks.
Coming to Emerald Queen Casino Event Center, multi-platinum country performer Dylan Scott, Sunday, August 31st. Tickets at emeraldqueen.com. Dylan Scott, August 31st, Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
Please game responsibly.
KIRO 710 AM Seattle.